Welcome, friend. Find a comfortable place to rest your shoulders. Let the room grow a little quieter than usual and allow your breath to settle into a slow, easy rhythm. Tonight's journey is gentle by design. We'll walk, unhurried, through a tapestry of the Middle Ages, listening to how real battlefields actually felt. The weight of armour, the patience of long bowmen, the stubborn courage of foot soldiers, the way rivers, hills, rain and narrow bridges quietly decided the fate of kings. No gore, no shouting, only calm, faithful storytelling that lets history breathe. Across 25 parts, you'll hear the great hinge moments told softly and clearly, where distance turned into danger, where mud humbled pride, where a single ford, a broken chain, or a spring hidden in grass changed the map. We'll honour the sources and the people on every side, keeping the pace slow enough to fall asleep to, but rich enough to wake curiosity. Before each part, I'll gently remind you where we are. Opening part N25, the name, the year, so you can drift and still never feel lost. We begin at the quiet edge of Europe's early dawn, when cavalry met resolve, and a dusty road near the Loire River became a turning point, opening part 1 to 25. Settle in. We're starting with the Battle of Tours, 732, where a cool October wind and a narrow field taught two worlds how to pause and measure each other. When you're ready, let the first story unfold. Opening, part 1, 25. Settle in, slow your breath. We'll move softly into the Battle of Tours, 732. He stands at the edge of an autumn field where frost has stitched a pale seam along every blade of grass, and between Tours and Poitiers, the land folds into quiet ridges that seem to breathe with the men upon them. There is no trumpet flourish here, only the low grammar of leather, the hush of woolen mail settling on shoulders, the careful patience of a commander who trusts the ground more than any speech. Charles, broad in frame and narrow in waist, has chosen a timbered rise and thickened his infantry until they resemble a living hedge, shields locked, spears banked, a wall whose bravery is mostly the refusal to move. Far beyond the tree line, a pulse of dust keeps reforming and dissolving, as if the earth itself were practicing how to become cavalry. Abd al-Rahman al-Ghafiq is out there, seasoned as old iron, the kind of leader who has learned to fold distance like cloth, who has taught men to read a horizon, the way clerks read ledgers. Between them lies a morning stretched thin with waiting, and the waiting has edges that cut. The chronicle of 754, dry as a monk's winter bread, will later speak of this day, with clean nouns, sparing adjectives as if they were coins, and yet even that austere voice cannot hide the long tension of a field that has learned to listen. It begins not with a grand charge, but with fingertips tapping a locked door, light probes along the Frankish front, arrows skittering into shields to sound their depth, horsemen leaning in and shearing away, the Umayyad army testing for impatience, for that sweet human flaw that breaks formation and makes a feast of scattered men. Charles is a miser with motion. He hoards stillness as a resource. The wall compresses, ribs and hips agreeing to carry one another. Formation here is a collective memory the body rehearses until individuality blurs into usefulness. Noon grows thin and bright. The field warms enough to wake its smells. Trampled herb, horse sweat, the faint metallic breath of mail. When the first heavy assaults come, the sound is like timber splitting. Lances strike. Hooves bite for purchase on the stubble. Men grunt into the small room behind their shields, where fear must be folded and stowed. Where the line ripples, others lean forward and lend their weight, because wait, today is a language Say it steadily enough, and even a charging animal must listen. He walks the ridge in his mind instead of his feet, and sees how the tree line is not ornament but verdict, denying a mounted enemy the excellence of their rearward dance. The forest stands like an uninterested witness, and its disinterest is a barrier. Each Umayyad wave withdraws and returns with a new idea, seeking to snatch a flank into motion, to pull a few bright threads, and watch the whole cloth unweave. Somewhere on the long afternoon's hinge, a rumour moves quicker than riders. The Frankish camp, with its gathered spoils, with those who keep a field softer heart, is threatened. Whether born of calculation or opportunism, the rumour travels like fire through dry grass, and a portion of the Umayyad strength turns, drawn by the oldest gravitational force on campaign, the pull of what one cannot afford to lose. In the eddy and confusion that follow, Abd al-Rahman is unhorsed and killed, and suddenly the battle's sentences lose their subject. Leaders who had made motion seem natural now find motion has lost its grammar. Twilight lays a cool hand on everything, and prudence, so rarely praised in songs, makes the final call. The Umayyad army withdraws, not routed into legend, only pulled back by the sober arithmetic of distance, supply, and the hard fact that a night on unfriendly ground can be braver than a second charge. Later, centuries will dress this ridge in ceremonial cloth. Some will call it the hinge of Europe, the moment a continent learned to keep its mornings. Others, careful and unromantic, will point out that rivers and markets do not stop for a single day's trumpet. They will remind us that raids had stretched logistics thin, that internal politics in Al-Andalus and beyond would have bent the arc of campaigning in any case, that Christian and Muslim polities would continue to trade words and glass and numbers across frontiers that were more civ than wall. They will argue about numbers too, as historians must. 75,000 becomes 30, becomes an empty palm held up in scholarly debate. The chronicle offers no comfort, and archaeological silence refuses to choose a side. He lets these arguments pass like unhurried clouds, keeping only the humility they teach, that one afternoon cannot hold the entire weight of a century, though it can bruise the century's skin. What returns to him, steadier than thesis, is touch, a man easing the strap at his wrist and noticing the pale band it has left upon the skin. Another testing a shield's dent with the pad of his thumb and feeling gratitude flare where triumph would only make noise. A horse's ear flicking toward a familiar voice in a camp half convincing itself that victory is a word for being allowed to go home. Victory, here, is logistics made possible. Charles in the dark thinks of bridges that will carry carts without complaint, of winter wheat, of which commanders will keep their small oaths. The men lie back under a sky that has resumed its ancient, indifferent embroidery. Some whisper prayers so soft they seem like breathing's cousin. Others dream of bread and the river's cold light. A few dream of nothing and wake surprised to find it generous. The dead do not weigh less for being praised. They are carried with grunt and careful steps, and those who carry them discover the sober mercy of the afterwork, to bind a cut, to share a heel of bread, to pour a small dipper of water into a friend's palm. If there is glory, it is quiet and prefers not to be looked at directly. He thinks too of what the field taught without words, that courage can be a refusal rather than a leap, that formation is a kind of trust the body can keep when the mind's wallpaper begins to peel, that forests are allies when chosen in advance rather than begged for in retreat, that rumours, whether true or not, can mobilise more energy than a plan if they tug at what men hide in the centre of their tents. He lets these lessons settle where they belong, among the slow furniture of character, and hears, from very far off, the patient quarrel of scholars, rounding the event to fit their shelves, the role of heavy infantry in a mounted age, the interplay of economy and campaign, the degree to which one leader's habit of counting outweighed another's taste for speed. There is room for them all, he thinks, room in the long house of history for the monk's sparing prose and the singer's rounded verse, for the map and the blade and the pot of stew that kept a village soothed while the men were away. Night steadies. The last fire becomes a red coin pressed into the palm of the ground, and the ridge, emptying of voices, resumes the older work of being only a ridge. Somewhere south the Pyrenees hold their dark like a breath. Beyond them, roads that will one day learn new traffic wait in patient lines. In the morning, footprints will have frozen into small fossils. Crows will walk the furrows as if deciphering a script. A scrap of torn lacing will tremble on a thorn and tell no one anything at all. He feels the field release its held breath and offer back a different silence, the kind that lets a traveller keep moving without hurry. And so he rises softly and follows the path that leaves the ridge as if leaving a chapel, eyes adjusted to the dark, hands gentle with the world, toward the next hard morning that will teach its own slow lesson under a different sky. Let us proceed to part 2. Take a slow breath in and out. We're arriving at the Battle of Lechfeld, 9:55, as gently as morning light on river grass. He comes to the river plain just as the day loosens its first silver threads, and Augsburg, scuffed but standing, keeps its bells quiet, as if not to startle the hour. Along the Lech, the air is soft and serviceable, a small mercy for men who have learned to carry weight without complaint. For a generation, the Magyar riders have taught Europe the quick grammar of fear, arrows written in cursive flight, raids that arrive like weather and leave like rumour. But the plain today is arranged for another lesson. Otto is not yet the crowned emperor the books will later polish. He is a careful spine binding many pages, Bavarian, Frank, Swabian, Saxon, Bohemian, into a single volume that will not fall apart when opened. He walks his intention through them like a quiet tune. Keep shape, keep breath, keep trust. The Magyars scatter scouts like starlings, testing with feather-light volleys, inviting the old mistake, the delicious sprint into a trap. But the German ranks answer with the ordinary courage of staying put, shields overlapping like roof tiles against a summer shower. The day warms by slow degrees. Bowstrings creak, hooves drum, and somewhere behind the line a teamster mutters a practical prayer over a cart that must not fail. When the first true press comes, it is not a theatrical roar but a thickening of the air. Arrows pick at edges, riders skim like swallows, and the infantry tightens its room, breath measured and shared, the kind of silent agreement that makes a wall from many small doors. Conrad the Red, once a rebel, now a reconciled sinew in Otto's hand, rides the line without decoration, his bravery the quiet refusal to perform for history. Out on the flat, the river's dampness makes itself useful, nudging bowstrings and turf, just enough to edit the sentence that horse archers prefer. Not a miracle, merely a tilt of conditions, the sort of cooperation ground offers to those who planned with it the evening before. A Magyar strike steals toward the rear, supplies the tender heart of any army, and is met by Swabians who practice housekeeping as chivalry, mending the day before it tears. The centre holds. The flanks remember their homework. And at the hinge of afternoon, when rehearsal has taught everyone the steps, Otto nods and the armoured cavalry fold forward, not in a romantic gallop, but in a canter of consequence, weight and training moving like focused weather. The Magyar weave, so long a fluent answer to heavier enemies, finds its space narrowed. Conrad drives where the pattern thins, and is paid in the oldest coin, a mortal wound taken at the brightest part of his usefulness. No trumpets, only men noticing, with a hurt that will ripen later, that daylight keeps going even when a good man falls. By evening, the riders who once owned these distances are in fragments, some taken, some turned, some learning the stubborn physics of panic at a river's edge. Tents burn their light luggage into the sky, and fear, never a faithful companion, abandons them by increments. In the long echo, the map will calm. Raids that used to hum like gnats in July will diminish into treaty words, embassies, the slower pride of a kingdom learning its centre. And still the scholars will disagree, like courteous neighbours over a fence. Was it the stirrup's leverage or the rider's lifetime of practice that made the charge a hinge? Did humidity humble the bow more than the shield humbled the arrow? Were the numbers later allowed to grow to fit the story they were meant to decorate? He smiles at their patient quarrel and keeps a simpler lesson. The one fields teach, communities alter their luck by being boring at the right times, mending tack at dusk, feeding horses before speeches, drilling until the body remembers a shape the mind might forget when fear yawns. The evening cools, linen hisses against a cut. Someone finds an unbroken loaf at the bottom of a bag and laughs the tired laugh of an ordinary rescue. Otto, counting losses and winterings, thinks not of legend, but of bridges and barns, of which lords will keep small oaths when the banners are furled. Augsburg's walls exhale. The river goes on composing its silver sentences as if nothing had happened, and in 100 kitchens mothers laid dough with hands that do not shake today. If you're listening in the hush of your room, tell us quietly where you are in the world and what time your night has reached. These journeys are kinder when we can imagine your lamplight. And if this slow history keeps you company, a gentle subscription to the entire history helps us find each other again without fuss on evenings when sleep would like a soft story to follow. He looks east, where roads are not into safer plans, and then beyond, where another banner, striped by a sea wind, waits upon a Sussex hill. The horizon holds its breath, the grass leans in one direction, and somewhere a single gull writes a white curve in the air, as if already pointing the way toward a different morning. Let us proceed to part 3. Let your shoulders soften, a slow breath in, a slow breath out. We're arriving at the Battle of Hastings, 1066, where a hill and a long day taught England a new grammar. He steps into a morning washed with October light, the kind that makes armour seem patient and grass look like a book of fine green lines. The ridge, later called Senlac, lies ahead, modest as a folded blanket, and on its crest Harold's housecarls and the feared have made themselves into a quiet architecture, shields overlapped, spears angled like careful punctuations, a wall that talks by refusing to move. They have marched hard, harder than the poets will admit, south from a victory that has already taken something permanent from them. The wind still smells faintly of the north in their cloaks, but the sea speaks a different weather here, salted and businesslike. Across the gentle slope, banners stir above Normans, Bretons and Flemings, 3 strands braided into William's intention, archers to begin the conversation, infantry to lean into it, cavalry to decide it. The sun climbs without drama, as if to guarantee no one can blame the light for what follows. Arrows go first, slim handwriting scratched across the sky. The shield wall reads and dismisses them with wooden patience, a few shafts lodging like opinions on the lips of planks, some finding faces because no wall is perfect, and breath must sometimes take the shape of a cry. Then footmen come up, iron meeting oak, the sound intimate and unmusical, and the hill proves its worth. Harold's men fighting downhill with the old economy of close things, axes swung in small rooms of space where muscle and timing matter more than flourish. Below, horses stamp and sidestep at the edge of usefulness. The slope is not a friend to momentum, and knights who practice poetry with lances discover today's metre will be shorter, more workmanlike. The first Norman push falters, and a tremor goes through the line like a rumour entering a village. Men look left and right to see if someone else will lend them conviction. A Breton wing gives way, ragged as cloth, pulled too quickly, and part of Harold's wall, smelling victory's warmth, steps forward to chase what looks like surrender. Here the day learns its signature ambiguity. Some chronicles will later accuse the Normans of staging feigned flights, clever withdrawals designed to bait haste into disaster. Others will say panic arrived honestly and only afterward was turned into doctrine. Either way, gaps open when pursuers forget to bring the hill with them, and cavalry, rediscovering its instrument on less stubborn ground, writes bright, brutal notes into those openings. The battle becomes an argument that repeats itself, each stanza a little less tidy. Arrows to soften, infantry to fix, horses to break, then the long, loud knitting of the shield war with new stitches made of men who've stepped out too far. Time stretches thin under the noon like wax under a candle, mouths dry, fingers numb in their iron sleeves. A housecarl grins like a skull and swings, because swinging is what holds the hour together. William falls, or seems to, helmet lost, face shown, and rises to be seen, because an army's courage is often a mirror and must be given something steady to reflect. Harold's standard holds above the press the dragon and the golden fighting man, and the ridge keeps its plain promise, be higher, be tighter, be enough. Late in the day, the bowmen adjust their question. If a shield says no to what is straight, perhaps it must be asked from above. They loft their shots, the trajectories arcing like tired moons. What happened at the standard's foot is a place of deliberate uncertainty. The Bayeux tapestry offers a man with something like a shaft in his face, and another cut down by the sword, and scribes later choose the sleeker story, while historians keep the possibility that death is sometimes a crowded event with no single author. Harold is gone, whether by arrow or blade, and with him the part of the wall that believed the hour belonged to it. Standards tangle, the dragon lowers, and the hill finally gives permission for the future to climb it. When dusk arrives, it has the posture of a verdict. The English line thins, then breaks into small stubborn rooms, knots of men who will not go quietly, and the Normans, sore and astonished at how much work victory requires, keep pressing until the slope no longer argues back. In the hush that follows, the field reintroduces itself as a piece of countryside. A strap is tightened for the last time. A prayer is half finished and never needs the Amen. A breath that thought it would be the next one is allowed to remain unnamed. William looks over the bodies, over the banner he has taken, and beyond them, to a kingdom that will learn to speak in his accents. Mott and Bailey muscles growing along roads and rivers, timber turned to stone, names learning new spellings that do not erase their old meanings. A ledger's mind attending land like a long multiplication. The Domesday habit, already a quiet seed. Churches that will be Romanesque before anyone calls them that, lifting weight into light. Yet he must first survive the immediate arithmetic of coronation, oaths, wintering, and the loyal silence of men paid late. The island is not remade tonight. It is nudged onto a slope. It will follow for generations. He thinks, too, of the stories that will braid around this day. Saxon sorrow spoken in hearth smoke, Norman pride hammered into coin and masonry, monks who will choose their adjectives with care, a tapestry that pulls long threads through wool until motion learns to live on cloth. Scholars will keep polishing the difficult questions until they shine with respectful doubt. Did the feigned retreats happen by plan or by accident refinanced into strategy? How disciplined was the shield wall? How porous? How resilient? How tempted by the oldest human error of thinking victory will be a mercy rather than another weight to carry? Was Harold already diminished by the march from the north, his men's strength spent where a wooden crossing met a river and a different fate? The debates will flutter like quiet flags in seminar rooms, and the day will tolerate them because truth is usually a meadow that allows several paths. If you're listening now, with the lights low and your room learning your breathing, I'd love to know where in the world you are and what hour your night has reached. These journeys feel gentler when we can imagine your lamplight on the other side of the story. And if this unhurried history keeps you company, a soft subscription to the entire history helps us meet again without hurry whenever sleep would like a hand to hold. Evening lays its cool palm on Senlac Hill. A gull draws a pale curve above the far-off channel. A fox moves like a thought along the hedge. A torn strap flutters from a thorn as if trying to remember the hand that tied it. Soon, we'll walk backward along the season's path to a wooden bridge in the north, where earlier triumphs sowed the fatigue that shaped this southern day. For now the hill breathes out, and the sky, modest, patient, folds itself around the new silence. Let us proceed to part 4. Let your breath grow slow and easy. We're arriving at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, 1066, where a wooden crossing and a late September sun change the weight of an entire season. He comes to the North Country under a sky rinsed clear by early autumn, where the river Derwent glides with the patient silver of a road that never hurries, and a narrow bridge stitches one green bank to another. The air holds the faint sweetness of harvested fields. Hedgerows listen. A breeze turns the flags of late flowers. It is September 25th, and England has already spent so much of itself on marching that even the dust feels used. Harold Godwinson has driven his men north with a speed that makes maps seem timid, days of hard footfalls from London to Yorkshire, because a storm from Norway has arrived, not as weather, but as a king, Harold Hardrada, tall in saga and in life, with a veteran's long memory and a mercenary's tidy arithmetic. With him stands Tostig, Harold's estranged brother, who has traded blood for claim and hopes the past can be persuaded to forgive him if the future is written quickly. They took York's outskirts at Fulford Gate only days ago and camp now on the river meadows near Rickall, where ships wait like quiet animals tied to the bank. It is warm for late September, almost indulgent, and many Norwegians have left their heavy mail by the boats, certain that this day is for hostages and tribute, not for history. But history has woken early. Harold's column crests the road like a sentence that refuses to pause. Huscarls with their long hafted axes, the feared with spears, and the steady dignity of men who leave ploughs when bells insist, all pouring toward the bridge. There is a moment before contact, when everything is almost polite, messengers carrying words instead of blows. Harold offering Tostig the earldom again if he will come home, Tostig asking what his ally Hardrada would receive, and Harold, in the hard grammar of monarchy, promising 7 feet of English ground, or as much more as he is taller, if the king will not depart. The speeches are short, where weapons are long. The Norwegians scramble to pull armour over sweat-slick linen, to gather ranks from the river's curve, to build a line on the east bank that can endure until the rest from Rickhal arrive. On the bridge itself, a single axeman, his name not remembered, his courage allowed to stand in for many, holds the planks with a furious patience that narrows England to a man-wide gate. Arrows skitter, javelins skip, huscarls step and step back, learning his rhythm as one might learn the breathing of a dangerous animal. The old story says a spearman crawls beneath the bridge and thrusts up into his unguarded place, ending the bottleneck not with a flourish, but with the plain, unglamorous ingenuity that fights invent when they have more will than time. Once across, the English unfurl like a held breath. The line swells on the east bank, shields meeting, blades speaking the dull language of close things. The Norwegians, outnumbered in the first hour and still dressing their courage, make a hedge where moments before there had been only meadow. Hardrada rides tall in the centre, a singer-king whose life has touched Constantinople's gilded thresholds and the hot walls of distant cities. Sagas will later polish every motion, but the day is too honest for ornament. He is struck in the throat by an arrow and folds as suddenly as a banner losing wind. No drum roll, only the quick arithmetic by which a leader's weight vanishes, and the whole argument wobbles. Tostig takes the centre then, the quarrel with his brother settling into steel. Men who loved him yesterday and hated him today will never afterward agree which word mattered more. From Rickhal, Eystein Ora drives reinforcements toward the field, a last surge remembered as Ora's storm, men running under late heat, breath scraping like a knife on bone, some falling with hearts that tried to outpace distance. They strike the English with the desperate, noisy authority of those who have arrived at the end of luck, and for a brief, bright span the lines blur into a knot of pure labour. But exhaustion is a physics, as strict as gravity. The knot loosens, then frays. Tostig is cut down, the Norwegian banner, the raven, droops like a tired wing. Across the churned meadow, the English tighten and lean, the practised swing of the two-handed axe doing the unromantic work of decision. Victory, when it lands, has no flourish. It wears a bookkeeping face. The survivors among the Norwegians are permitted to go if they will swear to leave, and keep the oath. Few ships sail away, far fewer than arrived, and the river looks emptier as the sun leans west. Harold's men stand among bodies, among the dark stains that grass will take time to forgive, and realise that their day is not yet allowed to collapse into sleep. For while the North has been persuaded with iron, the South has been courting a different argument. William waiting near Pevensey and Hastings with horses that prefer chalk under their hooves and archers whose patience is measured in heartbeats between shots. The price of this victory is haste renewed. The same feet that ran north must run south again, with muscles humming their protests, with wounds bound in strips that will not catch fire, with hearts trying to remember that loyalty can be asked twice by the same week. Scholars will keep their kind debates at a desk's safe distance. Were the Norwegians, truly unarmoured in large numbers, fooled by the brightness of the day and the flattering idea of easy tribute? Did Harold lose something essential here? Men he could not spare at Senlac, strength he could not regrow in a fortnight, the margin for error that a king needs. When luck decides to be literal, the Anglo-Saxon chronicle writes like a ledger, the sagas sing, the bayou cloth skips this bridge entirely, preferring the South's grand theatre, and yet the wooden crossing indues in the nation's sinew as an awkward truth, that a brilliant march and a ferocious success can prepare the ground for a narrower loss, that effort carries its own shadow. Let the room be dim and kind as you listen. If you're with us now, somewhere between the day's last chore and the first yawn of sleep, tell me softly where you are in the world and what hour your night has reached. These long roads feel gentler when we can imagine your lamplight, and if this steady, unhurried history keeps you company, a small subscription to the entire history will help us find one another again on evenings when the mind asks for story instead of silence. For now, the bridge rides the river's back in the last light. A dropped helmet fills with sky. The meadow gathers its insects and its quiet. And far to the southeast, a different sun will someday hammer a stony plain called Manzikert, where an empire too will discover how quickly confidence can thin in the mouth of a single day. Let us proceed to part 5. Breathe in slowly and out. We are arriving at the Battle of Manzikert, 1071, where a high Anatolian plain and a summer sun taught an empire how quickly certainty can thin. He reaches the uplands where grass runs in long, wind-written sentences and the basalt teeth of old volcanoes brood over the horizon. Here, near the little fortress of Manzikert, August light presses evenly on men who do not agree about tomorrow. Romanos IV Diogenes has brought the Byzantine army far from the quiet courtyards of Constantinople, Tagmata and provincial Thamata, Armenian contingents loyal by custom and by hope, Frankish and Norman mercenaries who bargain as they fight, Pechenegs and Turkic auxiliaries whose loyalties are weather, all stitched together by imperial need into a wide, shimmering banner of intent. To the east moves the Seljuk Sultan Alp Arslan, his riders and archers comfortable on these step-fed shelves of earth, used to fighting in the grammar of space, cut, stretch, vanish, return, as if the plain itself were a partner. For days scouts have spoken in the dry language of dust. Where it rises, how quickly, what colour. Some Byzantine officers, proud of manuals and tradition, believe that weight, discipline, and the old habit of surviving misfortune will be enough. Others, quietly practical, look at the horse archers, tracing crescents at the edges of sight, and feel a mathematics that does not care for rhetoric. There were negotiations, or something that felt like them from a distance, messages galloping like small, uncertain bridges between commanders who did not want to burn a season's harvest in a single afternoon. But distance, like pride, is a poor listener. Romanos divides his forces, sending part toward Ahlat and the lake, widening an already fragile net. On the morning that matters, banners ripple west of Manzikert, while dust over the ridges writes of riders who never quite hold still. The first exchanges do not feel like beginnings. Arrows arrive like weather, probing here and here, then are gone. When the Emperor's line advances, the air empties in front of it, and when it halts, arrows resume, as if the ground itself had opinions about patience. Men in mail begin to feel the small tyrannies of heat and thirst. Shields grow heavier in the arms-long room. Commanders ride the frontage like careful fingertips, searching a fabric for its worn places. In the afternoon, Romanos decides to pull the army back to a more assured camp before dusk can practice mischief, a reasonable sentence spoiled in the speaking. The recall signal shivers through ranks already frayed by skirmish, and what should have been a hinge becomes a tier. Andronikos Doukas, kin to a rival faction in the capital, guardian of the reserve, either misunderstands or obeys too literally, or remembers his politics at precisely the wrong time. Sources quarrel with the old relish of partisans, one making treachery of caution, another making prudence of betrayal. What the men in line know is simpler. The rear is not where they left it, and the air behind them has grown suddenly cold. Alp Arslan reads the moment like a friend's face. Seljuk riders lean into the feigned flight they have been rehearsing with the Byzantines all day, then turn like fish and pour arrows into a line that is now a comma, now a question mark. The Empire's admirable textbooks do not fail. They are merely written for calmer afternoons. On patches of ground the shape of rooms, small formations hold their integrity as if it were a candle cupped against the wind. Cataphracts keep their heavy discipline even when motion loses grammar. Armenian foot in good armour fight short, efficient sentences with their blades. On a rise not far from the emperor, men form knots around standards and refuse to let the idea of retreat take a full breath. But cohesion, in war as in cloth, unravels from edges. By the time the sun leans toward the cold end of its arc, the field has turned into a necklace of disconnected beads, each shining with courage that cannot speak to its neighbours. Arrows spend themselves into mail and flesh. Lances arrive in whittled crescents. The dust grows thicker than strategy. Romanos, to his credit, does not evaporate. He stays in the hurt centre of the thing he started, and for a while the afternoon collects itself around his presence, like iron filings around a magnet. A charge pushes the Seljuks back just enough to prove that weight still exists. A moment of stillness suggests that evening might be allowed to call an armistice. Then the ring tightens. Horses scream in the clipped voice that makes men older. A standard dips. The emperor's guards become a smaller circle, then a smaller one still. In the end, it is not theatre. He is unhorsed and taken, wounded, yes, but alive. And Alp Arslan, who has the unshowy dignity of men familiar with power's fragility, receives him not with cruelty, but with a frank, practical courtesy. Their meeting, remembered with embroidery and chronicles, has the force of a parable without the neatness. The Sultan, perhaps yielding to an old soldier's humour and victory, asks, "What would you do if I were brought before you?" Romanos answers, "As a proud man must," and Arslan replies by placing a foot, briefly, on the emperor's neck before lifting him and seating him beside him, an assertion and a mercy mingled into a single gesture. They agree to terms: tribute, fortresses, a season's promise to stop tearing the map. The captured emperor eats at his captor's table. He is released, and here the historians remind us, gently or not, that battles rarely end when the killing grows quiet. Manzikert by itself was damage, not disaster. The Byzantines had lost big days before and stitched themselves after. But the political earth under the empire had been drying to powder for years, and this defeat was a match. Once freed, Romanos was met not by loyal restoration, but by factions who chose their mirrors carefully. He was deposed, blinded, and allowed to die slowly, an empire wasting its best talent at self-harm. In the civil wars and jealous arithmetic that followed, frontier towns forgot who to pay, garrisons learned to count their rations without instructions, and the plateau that fed Constantinople's tax rolls began to lean away. Turkish beyliks spread like patient shade over Anatolia, not because the Seljuks needed only one battle, but because after that battle the Byzantines argued with themselves louder than they argued with their enemies. Scholars will quarrel, as they should, over which cause deserves the brightest underline. The failure to keep armies professional in an age of mercenary convenience, the loss of Armenian loyalties after earlier clumsy policies, the palace's habit of breaking its own tools, the adaptability of steppe warfare to a landscape too wide for imperial wrists. Each thesis wears its badge honourably. Together they make a choir that sings of neglect as much as of defeat. If you're listening now, with a late cup cooling beside you, tell me softly where in the world you are and what hour your night has reached. These long roads feel kinder when we can imagine the small weather of your room. And if this unhurried telling keeps you company, a gentle subscription to the entire history helps us meet again whenever sleep wants a quiet hand to hold. Evening settles over Manzikirt's plain. Far to the west, lamps are being lit in courtyards where the marble remembers older glories. And to the east, riders thread away into a dark that welcomes hooves as if they were its own heartbeat. A dropped arrow lies half buried in dust, like a sentence someone forgot to finish. The wind turns, brief and cool, and the grass discovers it can be a lake, rippling under a sky that will keep its counsel until morning. Let us proceed to part 6. Let your breath fall into a calm rhythm. We're arriving at the siege of Antioch, 1097 1098, where hunger, hope, and a city of stone taught pilgrims how stubborn a year can be. He comes to the Orontes Valley in a winter that refuses to choose a season, the sky a pale wool pulled across low hills, and there, sprawling like a sleeping leviathan, lies Antioch, triple walls stepping up from riverbank to citadel, gates that remember empires, towers that have watched languages change. The host outside its stones is a braid of vows and appetites, Normans with iron tidy as their ledgers, Provençals warm with talk and rosaries, Lotharingians who treat discipline like a familiar hymn, Southern Italians smelling faintly of salt and past quarrels, knights and foot, cooks and farriers, priests and boys who learned courage too quickly. They have marched from Nicaea through dust and prayer, and now their tents draw a broken necklace around the city, incomplete because they cannot quite close a ring around so large a throat. Inside, defenders count grain and messages. Outside, commanders, Bohemond of Taranto with his shrewd smile, Raymond of Toulouse with a prince's pride wrapped in piety, Godfrey with a spine like a bell tower, Robber of Normandy with a temper that likes tournaments better than logistics, Adhemar of Le Puy, carrying both mitre and sword, learn the plain arithmetic by which a siege remakes people into accountants of weather, rations, rumour. Autumn dies, and Antioch does not. The first hunger is a polite guest. The second begins to rearrange faces. Night after night, the wind is thin and busy, worrying tent ropes like a fox at a chicken pen. Mornings show frost on shared bowls. There are sorties from the gates, sharp, local storms of iron answered by counterstrokes that pulse and fade before the larger stillness resumes. A few ships nose up river or into St. Simeon's harbour with barrels and hope, and are met like relatives. More often, the carts are empty before they arrive. Grain fields have been scissored short by months of need. Horses, too fine to fail, grow ribby. Men step carefully around their own thoughts to avoid the holes that despair has been digging. And yet the army persists because vows, once said, begin to curate the soul, because the letters from home cannot be answered with anything less than an attempt at holiness, because a friend's shoulder is a reason, even when theology is tired. There are arguments, spirited and courteous until they are not, about who commands the afternoon and who will own the city once it yields. Bohemond has an ear for both strategy and opportunity, and in December he sends fingers of intent along the walls, looking for a soft seam. A captain within, Firouz, keeper of a tower, finds his name in the catalogue of chance. For price, for grievance, or for the weary pragmatism sieges invent, he enters a quiet correspondence with the Norman. Nights narrow to whispers. A ladder is measured against a page, then against a wall. And on June 2nd, the 3, when the moon keeps its counsel and the watch has learned complacency, a small gate opens where no gate should be. A handful of men climb through stone's blind spots, then a handful more. The hinge of an entire year creaks. Flames blink into being on the lower slopes of the city. An alphabet of alarm that cannot be misread. Antioch falls, not to the full glare of noon, but to the ferreted patience of midnight, and the old craft of letting a man open a door from the inside. Victory is a difficult meal to chew when the pantry is empty. The Crusaders wake to the bewildering sensation of being within the walls they have been staring at for months and discover they are now the besieged. Kerboga of Mosul arrives with a coalition whose tents pucker the horizon, Turks and Arabs and contingents owing favours to men who owe favours to others. The citadel, stubborn and still garrisoned by Antioch's commander, holds like a fist at the city's crown. Food is scarcer than truth in a rumour. Desertion becomes the grammar of those whose vows were shorter. Some slip away down alleys, leave armour beneath cloaks, vanish like embarrassed ghosts. Others remain and make a careful ritual of courage. The air sours with illness. Bread is the measure by which friends learn each other's souls. Adhemar moves through the streets like a steady lantern, binding bodies and tempers, preaching that patience can be bravery's elder sibling. And Peter Bartholomew, a peasant from Provence with eyes the colour of certainty, says that a vision led him to the burial place of the Holy Lance, the spear that pierced Christ. In the church of St. Peter they dig, sweating through fatigue and cynicism. Wood is found, dark and iron-tipped. Some kneel with ecstasy so sudden it looks like fever. Others, sharper with sense, mutter that hope is always good, even when its relics are ambiguous. June grows hot and exacting. Kerboga tests the walls and finds them watchful, then waits, trying to let famine be his engineer. Within, the Crusader lords decide that waiting is a longer defeat than risking one brief clear hour. They agree to a sortie that will look like a procession, barefoot pennants at the head, banners afterward, then lines arranged into 6 or 7 divisions, each lord's pride walking beside the men who have taught it modesty. On June 28th they pour from the gate of St. George and out onto the plain, pennons drinking a minimal wind, throats open to prayer and dust. Kerboga's army, surprised that hunger has produced not collapse but choreography, shifts to swallow this sudden sentence. Yet his coalition, stitched with favours rather than faith, frays at the edges when the first strong verb lands. Division meets division, and for a time the field is a quilt of small rooms where men haul the day forward with their arms. The citadel's garrison, still hostile, throws down stones and curses impartially, and the sky tenses as if deciding which way to lean. Then something ordinary and decisive happens. Fear changes tense. Some of Kerboga's allies, remembering old slights or calculating new ones, step backward. Others notice and perform the unwisdom of imitation. The Crusader line, steadying itself on prayer and habit, presses. What was almost enough becomes enough. Afterward, the air tastes of iron and river. The relief army dissolves into the margins of the map. Antioch belongs to its conquerors, though a citadel surrender still has to be negotiated and paid for by more patient days. The quarrel over who will keep the city sharpens into policy. Bohemond claims lordship with the neat logic of the man who captured it. Raymond demurs, then contests, then practices the statesman's careful frown. Adhemar, whose quiet steadied everything, will not live to argue. Sickness takes him, and with him a portable calm that had been worth as much as a cohort. The Holy Lance becomes both comfort and controversy. Peter survives an ordeal by fire only to lose later to politics and mortality, and the army, thinner and nearer the bone than any sermon likes to admit, turns its face at last toward the true objective it had been promising God for a year, Jerusalem. Scholars will keep the soft jewel of sources alive. Was Firuz driven by coin, conscience, or the clever pressure of a man like Bohemond? Did Peter's relic reach from heaven or from wish? How much of victory belonged to faith, and how much to the mechanical virtues of drill, timing, and the politics of your enemy's coalition, each answer wears a measured voice and invites the kindness of doubt. What remains, even after the debates grow polished by handling, is an image almost domestic. A crust of bread divided 3 ways without ceremony, a spearhead lifted in a crowded church where the air smells of damp stone and human hope, a barefoot line stepping out of a gate at dawn, as if a liturgy could become a tactic. Evening gathers along the Orontes, and the city's towers, so loud at noon, take on the modesty of silhouettes. A banner loosens and folds itself slowly, as if remembering the wind that once loved it. Somewhere in the south, beyond hills that look gentle only from this distance, a dry summer waits beside 2 horned hills, where heat and salt will conspire to teach new lessons about thirst and timing. For now, the river writes patient silver, and the walls, newly familiar, breathe like tired giants falling into sleep. Let us proceed to part 7. Let the room grow quiet. Soften your jaw. We're arriving at the Battle of Hattin, 1187, where 2 horned hills and a thirsty wind bent the fate of kingdoms. He steps into a July morning, stretched tight over Galilee, the air already bright enough to squint and honest about heat. To the west lies the shimmer of the Mediterranean that will not help. To the east, the blue plate of the Sea of Galilee that will help only from afar, and between them the land lifts into the twin humps of the horns of Hattin, a volcanic saddle where summer rehearses its strictest lessons. The Frankish host, King Guy of Lusignan wearing a crown that still pinches, Raymond of Tripoli with a mapmaker's patience, the Templars and Hospitallers, carrying discipline like a second skin, knights and sergeants and infantry who have learned to obey water as much as lords, has marched out from the comfort of the springs at Sapphira to relieve Tiberius, a decision argued over until argument itself became a kind of thirst. Along the northern and eastern horizons, threads of dust announce Saladin's army, Syrians and Egyptians, Kurds, Turkomans, contingents, gathered by piety and politics into a single intention. Its horse archers fluent in the language of distance, its commanders unhurried because heat is already an ally. Camps are arranged on the routes to water, brushes cut and made into tinder. Men who have been fighting for decades let patients sit in their saddles beside them. As the Franks move, the day narrows, not in time but in mercy. Every step burns a little water. Every pause spends a little strength that cannot be brought back at dusk. There is a story in the wind that all hear and none can change, that a great army lacking drink can be beaten by a smaller army that owns the routes to it. The march becomes a slow equation written in sweat. Frankish scouts return with unpleasant news. The wells ahead are either watched or ash, while behind, the safe springs of Sapphira shrink into memory. Banners are steady, but the hands that hold them are not. Saladin's riders keep polite distances, sending arrows as if to remind the pilgrims of their own dryness, then drawing back, never spending themselves where the enemy is strongest. Smoke begins to move, where there was none. Thorn and grass, made into trouble by design, take fire along the flanks, and wind pushes it in a low hot tide that does not kill, but does persuade. A standard bearer coughs in the wrong moment, eyes burning. A footman, thirsty enough to dream water through closed lips, finds his step brief and shallow, and cannot lengthen it. By afternoon, the Frankish column has coiled near Hattin's saddle into a defensive posture that looks like a thought unfinished. The promised dash to Tiberius has become a circle learning to be small. Night brings less comfort than a rumour of it. The stars arrive like nails, bright and indifferent. The tents are few, and the ground is exacting. Somewhere inside the ring of shields, the true cross, bishop and relic and long history, stands as it has on other bad days, turning the space around it into a chapel without walls. Priests speak prayers that do not ask for miracles so much as for the kind of courage that can borrow tomorrow's breath. The Templars and Hospitallers check girths and tack, count arrows, and then count them again, review the arithmetic of dawn. Saladin's camp hums just enough to be audible. Water skins slosh in the dark like a rumour of mercy. When morning slides in, it does so unkindly, bright from the first inch above the horizon. Saladin tightens his light net and begins to tug. The first hours are a practice in containment, arrows from mounted skirmishers, quick tests against the outer edges of the Frankish circle, feints that lure and then punish pursuit. Knights who have spent their lives answering such provocations with speed now learn to answer with denial. Sullen discipline is the day's most expensive virtue. A charge goes out like a wish, reaches for the enemy, and meets air. Space opening under hooves, targets melting sideways, returning to circle and sting. Another charge goes, and another. The net is too elastic to be caught. Dust lifts and stays, thick as a thought you cannot dismiss, throats aligned with it. A man takes a swallow from a skin and finds it empty before the motion finishes. Fires move again along the ground, small and harrying, smoke bending into faces. As if an additional enemy had been invited, the infantry begin to drift uphill toward the knobs of Hattin, where rock, at least, will not burn underfoot. The cavalry, deprived of the long sentence of a charge, keep fragmenting into phrases, each brave, each too short. Somewhere in the labour, the centre wobbles, and with wobble comes noise. The true cross, rimmed by its custodians, leans only a little, but in the sight of tired men a little can become a grammar for collapse. The relic's bearers stand and are cut down and are replaced. The pole lifts and dips again. On the flanks, the military orders make a square of hurt and hold it, their standards stubborn as nails hammered into stone. But even nails can only keep what wood remains. Raymond advises a breakout toward the lake. Others argue for staying on the heights. Council stops being collective and becomes a collection. Saladin, in no hurry to be dramatic, keeps turning the screw, horse archers swarming just close enough, fresh units taking the place of those who have done their share, drums speaking the slow metronome of confidence. When the Frankish cavalry pushes once more for the water, they find the hill's downward slope asking too much, and the answer written under their horses' hooves is dust. Midday, then later than midday, heat grows philosophical, then punitive. Shields are heavy even when they are not lifted. A Hospitaller captain tells his men to breathe like monks because swiftness has retired from the field. A Templar lowers his visor and discovers that shade is a liturgy. At last, the square breaks and reforms as smaller squares. The archer's swarming grammar becomes punctuation marks that end those sentences. The true cross falls. A hush runs across the nearest ranks like a small wind. Then noise returns and is unmusical. King Guy is taken with many barons. The Templar master and Hospitaller master are captured. Banners are bent and then lowered. Armour that was proud of shining is suddenly proud of lasting. On the slope, among scrub and rock, a knight, no longer meaningfully named by rank, drinks a mouthful of warm air and understands in an instant that the kingdom itself has grown thirsty. Hatton becomes not so much a slaughter as a slow, persuasive unmaking. After the fight's noise thins, courtesy and cruelty both report for duty. Saladin treats the king with propriety, offers water that is both a mercy and a subtle announcement of who now owns the hour. Renaud de Chatillon breaker of truces, collects the debt he has been accruing for years, and pays for it at once with his life. The surviving Templars and some captured knights discover how thin a conqueror's patience can be when it believes itself to be tidying the world. Yet alongside the severities stand gestures worth remembering. Spared towns that open their gates, negotiated ransoms. A conqueror more interested in order than in a harvest of revenge. The road ahead is suddenly short for the Franks. Tiberius merely watched, Acre unstitched, Jaffa quiet, Ascalon practicing its arithmetic. And toward the end of the road, Jerusalem, where garrison and townsfolk will have to decide whether stone can do what water could not. Scholars will keep their careful quarrels in rooms where the air is cooler, whether Guy's decision to leave Sapphira was error born of honour or necessity dressed as hope, whether Raymond's counsel would have saved the day or only postponed this thirst to a different hill, how much of victory belonged to clever harassment and how much to the old indifferent ally of climate. They will tally numbers that do not quite agree and place the relic's fall at slightly different instants, and still conclude with the calm of hindsight that a realm can be emptied by a handful of dry miles. What remains for the night listener is gentler, the sound of a water skin when it is still half full, the way smoke moves at waist height when brush is burning, the taste of dust that teaches silence, the sight of a banner, once stiff with colour, wilting into evening like a tired flower. When darkness finally inherits the hill, the horns of Hatton become silhouettes again, modest and almost pastoral, as if the day had been an exaggeration. Somewhere to the south, roads begin to align themselves toward a coastal track, and beyond that track, a strip of sand where waves find their 1,000-year hobby of arriving. On that strand, before long, the sea wind will rinse throats and armour alike, and the word Arsuf will learn to live in men's mouths, salt on the lips, discipline in the bones, a different kind of answer to the same dry question. Let us proceed to part 8. Let your breath find an easy tempo. We're arriving at the Battle of Arsuf, 1191, where a salt wind and a long disciplined march finally allowed courage to sprint. He comes to the strip of coastal road that keeps the sea close, like a companion, Acre behind, Jaffa ahead, and the army moves as a living column that refuses to be hurried into pieces. Infantry in the spine, crossbowmen blinking into the morning glare, knights riding on either side like bright ribs, baggage steady and guarded, the blue water shoulder to their left speaking its patient. Tidal counsel, Richard, broad-shouldered, pragmatic, the kind of leader who turns bravery into a plan, has arranged the day as a drill that will not be distracted. March in order, stop in order, drink in order, fight only when the hour agrees. Above and around, Saladin's horse archers practice their cruel music, riding close to scratch the edge of pain with arrows, then sliding away as if the very air were a road only they had been told about. They do not intend a decisive blow. They intend 1,000 small edits to discipline until the column stops being a sentence and becomes a stutter. The sun climbs and becomes exacting. Dust hangs like a low ceiling. Crossbow strings are checked and checked again. Bolts fly in curt, punching arcs. The infantry keep shields high as an act of faith in wood. On the inland side, the ground lifts into scrub, patches of broken slope, pockets of thorn, the kind of country that hides a quick flank, while the beach to seaward offers no help at all but its wide, dazzled silence. The Templars guard the van, the Hospitallers the rear, and between them the mixed levy of many tongues walks in a shared grammar that only hours of practice can write. The day is a long argument about patience. Saladin's men press and peel, arrows tapping on shields and helms like a drum tutor with endless time. A knight, stung and furious, asks his breath to become a charge. His captain asks him to keep breathing instead. The vanguard halts by schedule. The rear must not halt because the enemy asks it to. Signal horns carry sentences everyone has rehearsed, and still the heat keeps making its own requests. A tumbril overturns and is righted with a gentleness that looks like piety. A crossbowman bites wax to soften it and smooth a string. A standard shivers and is steadied by hands that have learned to ignore the ache in the forearms. Somewhere inside the rearward ranks, a horse goes down and a space opens, then closes, with the quiet choreography men learn when they care more about the next yard than the last wound. Saladin watches and adjusts, sending heavier riders to the edges, asking the day to spiderweb with panic. For a moment, the Hospitaler's square is bowed thin as a shield rim. Men mutter prayers that are little more than disciplined breathing with nouns. The Grand Master hovers between valour and obedience is the costlier of the two. The hinge, like most real hinges, arrives without fanfare. Whether from command or necessity's loud whisper, the rear answers a fresh, punishing press with forward teeth. The Hospitallers kick loose from restraint. Templar contingents, seeing the hour bloom, join. Richard, who has husbanded this impulse, like a miser saving coin for the one right purchase, lets the long leash slip from his hand and turns a column into a wave. Trumpets are not elegant. They are enough. Knights come on in ranks that look like a sentence finally finding its verb. Lances level, hooves singing the hard grammar of weight. Crossbowmen break step to make space, then pour after them, reloading on the trot. Infantry, who have been learning the art of endurance or mourning, discover they also remember how to run. Saladin's right, pressed hardest along the scrub where the road kinks inland, feels the ground tilt under it. Horse archers who have been dictating distance discover that distance has been shortened to the length of a lance. The quiver's cleverness loses an argument to the extra punishing fact of impact. For a breathless piece of afternoon, the fight becomes a crowded room. Camel's ball, standards tangle. A Mamluk captain tries to turn formation with a voice that had never failed him until this thirsty minute. Richard and his household wedge through the seam, sheer presence creating the quiet gravity around which a small storm can organise. The first route in the Muslim line is not universal, it is enough, because fractures travel faster than orders, and men who have lost the shape of their neighbour's courage can mislay their own. Then the wave retreats to order, and here is the part that separates victory from a spree. Knights are caught and pulled back to the column's shelter, blown mounts are collected, bolts and arrows redealt. The infantry stitches the long spine again, and the march resumes with the manner of a choir taking the next line after a bright chord has finished ringing. Saladin regathers and harasses, but the air has learned a new story. The Christian army is not brittle and not angry, merely persistent, and persistence on a road is sometimes a harder blade than any the smith can make. By evening, the coastal breeze remembers mercy. The dust thins. The sound of water is near enough to become a promise rather than a tease. Behind, the field holds its modest harvest. Broken bows, empty quivers, a few riderless horses walking in tired circles, as if trying to recall which way the day had been going. Ahead, Jaffa will open and be made useful, a harbour turned into a hinge. Jerusalem will remain a far town that weather and politics will deny to suddenness, and the campaign will become a study in how a man who can win a field must also learn to win a year. The chronicles will try to tidy the debate afterward, as chronicles do. Was the Hospitaller break a disciplined execution of a planned counterstroke, or a noble impatience that luck and Richard's quick sanction made beautiful? Did crossbow fire, spiky, tireless, tip the arithmetic more than any single charge did? How much of defeat was written in the coalition of Saladin's contingents, and how much in the ordinary fatigue that works even on expert riders when the sun has kept its hand on the back of your neck all day? The answers will sit on different shelves in the same library and nod to one another in the evening. What remains sharper than argument is the texture of the hours, the squeak of leather made feverish by salt, the gritty mouth, the way a lance head makes a different sound on a scale shirt than on a shield rim, the small ceremony of water shared without words when the line halts and the sea at last permits the cups to be filled. Night softens the beach and the road. Torches pick out enamel on surcoats like small obedient stars. Somewhere a farrier coos to a frightened horse and is answered with a breath that stops shaking. The surf keeps its ancient practice of arriving. And far away, beyond a different set of hills, a narrow pass and a dry plateau wait under a Spanish sun, where another army will learn how a single chain across a camp can become history's mnemonic. For now, the column lies down in tidy rows and lets the dark climb gently over it, like a well-made cloak settling across a tired man's shoulders. Let us proceed to part 9. Loosen the shoulders, let the breath lengthen. We're arriving at Las Navas de Tolosa, 12v12, where a high pass and a chain of men learned what momentum feels like in the hand of a single afternoon. He comes to the brown shoulders of the Sierra Morena at first light, the sky a pale ceramic above ridges that smell of thyme and dust, and southward the land seems to tilt toward the Guadalquivir like a table set for harvest. Here the road pinches into defiles with names that sound like warnings, and somewhere beyond those kinks of rock, the tents of the Almohad Kai Caliph Muhammad al-Nasir, Mirama Molin to Latin tongues, spread in a careful geometry on the plain near the village called Las Navas. North of the pass gather banners that have learned to coexist for a cause larger than their quarrels. Alfonso Sesait of Castile, patient and exacting. Pedro the Sounds of Aragon with the mountain wind in his heraldry. Sancho VII of Navarre, towering and quiet, a man whose size is less surprising than his restraint. Bishops with processional minds, orders in white and red who carry vows like a second mail, levies who came because faith braided itself with village loyalty and the custom of answering the king. They have crossed these hard backs of earth not by the obvious gate, but by a shepherd's memory, an older track, steeper and surer, threaded to them by a local guide whose feet knew what the maps had forgotten, and so a coalition that might have been denied the day now stands on the lip of it, breathing the dry courage of July. The Caliph's army is a sea with many tides, Andalusian contingents, neat as a clerk's line, Maghrebi troops who learned discipline from the austerities of home, black African regiments who march like metronomes of resolve, archers in pulses of green and earth, cavalry whose bright bits catch any stray light and turn it into a rumour. Around the Caliph himself, a picked guard, chained shield to shield, a living fence that intends to make symbolism into steel. The morning warms with a calm that is hard to trust. Skirmishers drift like bees along the edges, finding the scent of nerves. A Christian advance guard tests the plain and comes back with arrows stitched in its memory. The air at this hour is still generous, and men believe they have more breath than they will. Alfonso arranges the day in 3 great verses: vanguard, centre, rear, each lord's pride braided into utility, each verse with room for a refrain of reserves. On the other side, the Almohad order unfolds in a wide embrace, elastic at the wings, coiled near the throne. Priests in the Christian line walk with crucifixes and the economical Latin of battlefield absolution. Fuqaha in the Almohad camp speak of right alignment with God and with formation. Heat climbs its ladder, dust lifts and hangs like thoughtful silence. The first contact is almost modest, light cavalry tasting the opposing screens, crossbows speaking in short, emphatic syllables, bows answering in a fluent rush, and then, as if someone has found the hinge of the hour, weight moves. The Christian vanguard, tilted forward by Aragonese confidence and the sturdy impatience of orders, pushes the centre of the Almohad line and feels it bend without breaking. On the wings, Andalusian horse flare and withdraw, unpleasantly precise, asking for small mistakes and finding a few. The caliph's drummers roll the day into steadiness. Standard bearers keep their arms like stakes in a river. It is the kind of battle where noise decides to become furniture, present, supportive, unremarked, so that courage can spend itself with fewer witnesses. Alfonso, upright in the centre, holds his men to the plain work of pressing, not chasing. Pedro asks for another yard and is paid. The Templars and Hospitallers lean like door frames that refuse to warp in heat. Each collision makes its small room of dust where names cannot be heard, and only the grammar of muscle and timber matters. Spear yielding to sword, shield heeled over to make a breathing space, a horse trying to interpret a rider's fear as command. And then the coil near the Caliph tightens, as if the field had decided to explain itself. The chain guard, links at wrist and elbow, shields interlaced, shows a decade's worth of theory in an instant, that proximity can be its own armour, that a king can be kept inside a circle of human iron if each man consents to be less free for the sake of being more strong. 3 times charges roll toward it. Like weather finding a mountain, 3 times the mountain remains where the map insists. It is here that Sancho of Navarre, Sancho the Strong, whose height the chroniclers will exaggerate until it becomes a metaphor, gathers his men for a 4th attempt that is less gallant than it is deliberate. The Navarrese come in not as a spray of lances, but as a wedge with thought behind it, males sweating in the high sun, ponies and great horses alike discovering they have one job. They enter the noise and do not splash. They enter and keep entering, axes at the joints, blades at the leather seams, hands forcing apart what links had been asked to make eternal. Later, heraldry will make a lesson from this minute. The broken chains of Navarre turn to gold on red, a rumour of the afternoon hammered into permanent decoration. In the present tense, the circle loosens around the Caliph. A sleeve of panic tugs at the robe of confidence. Somewhere, a drummer forgets his part, and the line discovers how quickly music can stop. Rout, when it begins, moves with a politeness that offends those who expected theatre. It does not trumpet. It asks a single flank to step back, then asks the neighbouring flank whether it prefers to be alone. The Christian centre, astonished at the agreeableness of pressure when the enemy's mind has changed, learns to keep its feet under it. Too much triumph breaks ranks as efficiently as fear. Alfonso calls, counts, corrects. Pedro's men, delighting in forward motion, are recalled an inch from indulgence. Sancho's wedge, having found its proof, is collected before it becomes a spear with no hand on it. In the Almohad camp, tents begin to empty their careful geometry into a windy map of possibilities. Carts search for roads and discover only hoof prints. A standard is taken down because a standard is a promise, and the hour will not be bribed. The Caliph, protected as much by the caution of his enemies as by the loyalties of his own, is drawn away from the field. The chain that was meant to be a sentence becomes an ellipsis, unfinished and receding. Afterward the plain looks like all plains after louder hours. Trampled grass giving off a green, wounded smell, water suddenly remembered and sought, armour creaking like doors being shut for the night, prayers in both languages grateful more for survival than for any thesis that might be attached to it. The victors do not own the South by sunset. They own the next few seasons' opportunities, which is better coin. Ubeda will feel the wind change. Baeza will count its choices. Years from now, Seville will read this day as preface. Yet the Reconquista does not become a gallop because of one good gallop. It becomes a walk that can afford fewer detours. The Almohad project, stern, reforming, confident, has been forced to admit that distance and command are jealous companions, and the peninsula, never tidy, reshuffles its local stories within the longer one. In cloisters and palaces, the arguments will be cleaned for company. Whether the shepherd's path truly saved the coalition from a bottleneck death, whether the chain guard was a brilliance undone by arrogance, or a myth polished from a kernel of practical defence, how many thousands stood and how many fell, numbers loosed from their leashes until memory has to call them back. A scribe in Toledo will write of Sancho's size as if it were a solution. A jurist in Marrakesh will explain calmly how to lose without losing the soul. Between their tidy paragraphs, the field keeps its own archive, an iron link in the dust, a scrap of saddlecloth, the taste of hot wind on a man's lip when he realized the circle was opening. Evening comes thin and merciful. On a hill north of the pass, the last sunlight lies across mailed shoulders like warm linen. A horse drops its head into a bucket and drinks as if the world has finally spoken its proper language. Two young men who survived their first charge discover they cannot stop smiling because the body, unbriefed on policy, celebrates bare breath. Far away to the northeast, 2 years and a constellation of smaller grudges from now, a flat field by a French river will practice its own geometry, kings and cousins, banners and borrowings, where a coalition will be tested by a different grammar of mud and timing. For tonight, the pass exhales, the stars hang their small patient chains across the sky, and the road north unwinds like a well-made thought toward a place called Bouvines, where another map will learn to turn a page. Let us proceed to part 10. Let the breath slow to an easy tide. We're arriving at the Battle of Bouvines, 1214, where a summer Sunday and a narrow bridge helped a kingdom choose its future. He comes to the flat northern country, where poplars keep their tidy rows, and the river Mark threads through meadow like a polished ribbon. And here, east of a small place called Bouvines, on a road that minds its manners between Lille and Tournai, a king has paused his homeward march because the day refuses to let him pass. It is Sunday, hot enough that Iron thinks of becoming a burden, and Philip, compact, shrewd, a ledger's mind inside a warrior's harness, has recalled the oriflamme from Saint-Denis and set his threefold line, as one might set a table with care. French communes, massed in tight, earnest blocks, knights glinting like punctuation marks where sentences need emphasis, sergeants anchoring the quiet weight of the centre. Across the bright field, a coalition unrolls its width under Holy Roman Emperor Otto IV, a braid of banners, Ferran of Flanders, with the stubborn strength of towns that love their counting houses, Renaud of Boulogne, whose courage comes sharpened by grievance, English under William Longespay, the king's half-brother, their presence the far echo of John's unfinished quarrel, contingents from Brabant, Holland, Lorraine, each sworn for one grand afternoon to reverse a decade of French arithmetic. The Allies arrive strung out from the road and must unfold under watching eyes. That small humiliation armies feel when they dress in public. Dust lifts, drums measure patience, and the summer light decides to be impartial. The opening is the modest wrestling of screens, sergeants and municipal militia testing, crossbow quarrels flicking like wasps, bow shots answering in longer, fluent arcs. Then the wings lean, as wings prefer to do. On Philip's right, the nobles of Burgundy and the royal household ride against Ferrand's Flemings, who stand in dense, low-shouldered ranks. Good pavises set like doorways in a street you cannot pass without permission. The first French charges slap and slide, hooves hammering, lances cracking into the wood-scored wall, then wheeling away, with that embarrassed speed by which momentum hides the fact that it has been refused. On Philip's left, Renault's men probe and pry, quick as a rumour entering a market, and the communes, men of towns who brought their courage in tidy bundles, discover that discipline learned on drill squares can hold when the field's grammar becomes untidy. The king keeps the centre close, lords and burghers sharing a narrow geography that courts accident and makes loyalty visible. He rides where the edges whiten, a bright kernel of order wrapped in mail, and the oriflamme's tongue of silk stirs just enough to be a memory later. Toward the middle of the day, the battle decides to be a story people will tell. Otto, holding the imperial centre with his chosen knights and the tall, reliable companies from the Rhineland, throws weight at the heart of the French line and believes, for a measured, thrilling minute, that he can split the afternoon into two smaller afternoons. The press is close and loud there, bridle against bridle, shield against shame, and at one violent knot, the king's horse stumbles in the crush, and Philip goes down into the hot grass with a gasp that frightens more men than any trumpet could. For a breath, the world narrows to a ring of bodies. William Desbars and other household knights shouldering inward like carpenters, stealing space from a collapsing roof, lifting their king by the harness, setting him back on a fresh mount, as if re-stringing a bow already drawn. The line, which had wavered with the side of a crown staring at hooves, steadies. The centre breathes again. Otto, whose golden eagle standard casts a bright arrogance across the field, rallies for another shove and meets a wall that has remembered it is a wall. On the right, the stubborn work begins to tilt. The Burgundian and royal contingents find a seam among Flemish ranks, lances shorten into clubs, swords into levers, a mailed fist opening the day inch by expensive inch. Ferrand fights with admirable reluctance to yield, and is dragged from his saddle in a knot of hands and harness, a count turned into a prisoner by the old trick that strength performs when it is applied from many directions at once. To the left, where municipal banners bob like stout little boats on a crowded tide, Renault drives hard, is checked, drives again. The men of the communes take their first frightened step backward and then relearn in a single stubborn decision how to stop and be heavier than fear. They seize him by degrees. That combative count, like citizens taking hold of a fire they refuse to let cross the street. Horse hamstrung, rider pulled down, male swarmed by hands that have learned the intimate work of triumph. In the collage of struggle, William Longaspé's charge hammers the French flank with a beauty even his enemies will later admit, pennons streaming, the best sort of English thunder, but beauty discovers that a day has other preferences, and he too is taken when the hour's currents turn against gallop. By late afternoon, the coalition's wide fabric begins to pucker and tear. A unit in Brabant steps back half a pace to breathe and cannot find the way forward again. Another, seeing that hesitation, lets its own balance tilt. Orders arrive from Otto as if spoken across a lake, admirable and late. The imperial eagle dips, then dips again, a signal as honest as pain. Otto himself, unhorsed and nearly taken, escapes because a corps of knights agrees to become a wall that moves, each man spending the last coins of his energy buying a narrow path to safety. The field, never entirely theatrical, resists route's drama. It is rather a thaw, a stylish geometry loosening into meltwater streams that seek the safer margins of the map. Captives are led away, their names already acquiring the varnish of legend. The French line, bid by Philip not to ruin its virtue at the last, closes hands on victory without turning it into vandalism. The bridge near Bouvines, where this all began with an army checked by a ribbon of water, now watches a different traffic, wounded carried across with the dignity tired men keep for one another, banners flapped into gentler shapes, the oriflamme furled with the ceremony of a flame, being persuaded back into its lamp, afterward the air tastes of iron and summer. A town militiaman, hands more used to scales and cords, sits on a drum turned upside down and stares at the polished dent in his helm as if it were a coin whose inscription he has only now learned to read. A knight rinses blood from a spur in the mark and touches the water with a reverence he did not bring to church. A squire laughs too loudly at nothing, the body's quick liturgy for still being here. Philip looks across the field to the long row of captives, Ferrand, Renaud, Longespe, and many more, and beyond them to the larger arithmetic this will enable, the emperor's crown slipping from Otto's brow, a German settlement favouring Frederick, King John, whose absent gamble in the south has failed to unite with today's attempt, finding his barons suddenly braver at home. A line from this Sunday, thin but legible, running to a meadow by the Thames, where a charter will ask a king to breathe more carefully. None of this is certain in the hour, but kings learn to hear the mutter behind applause. He turns the army toward Paris, where the procession will rehearse triumph without cruelty, and the city will gaze on bound counts not as humiliated animals, but as proof that fortune can be managed by skill. In the rooms where scholars keep their courteous quarrels, the debate will keep a pleasant pulse. Were the numbers truly so lopsided, or has victory's glow stretched the odds? Did Philip's eye for timing make the day, or did the Allies lose it when their long column deployed under another man's gaze? How much did the communes matter? Those square, brave blocks of townsmen who proved that a king's strength need not rest only on barons' tempers? Was the oriflamme's presence a cause of courage or a symptom of it? The sources, William the Breton, whose pen likes bright edges, imperial letters more sullen, later chroniclers polishing the Sunday into a symbol, do not agree on details, but the meadow remembers what it can. A snapped spear haft, a lost spur, the print of a fallen standard's butt where it stabbed the ground and refused to move. Evening comes mild upon the mark. Swallows turn their small, precise arcs above the reeds. A far bell learns the breeze and carries it toward villages that will sleep easier without knowing exactly why. Men roll their cloaks for pillows and discover the body has its own ways of forgiving the day. Somewhere a priest folds the oriflamme as if tucking away a hot coal, and the king, who has had to be both iron and arithmetic since morning, lets his shoulders lower a finger's width. North and east, other roads are considering where to bend. Farther south, centuries away but somehow already present, a hedged field in Italy will one day tutor lances about angles and rise in polite laughter at the vanity of heavy things. For tonight, Bouvines is only the soft country it has always been. A bridge, a river, and the slow kindness of a sky learning to be dark. Britannica, com. Let us proceed to part 11. Let your shoulders soften, breathe easy. We're arriving at the Battle of Lechfeld, 1241, where a pale April sun and a wind from the steppes pressed a small kingdom to listen for the shape of tomorrow. He comes to Silesia when the fields are still thinking about spring, the furrows dark with recent rain, and the hedges pale with first leaves, and near the town the Germans call Liegnitz, and the Poles Legnica. The ground lies open like an honest page. On it, Duke Henry the Pious has written what he can. A coalition hurried from prayers and workshops, banners of Silesian towns and pierced cousins, miners and burghers, a hard core of mailed knights. Some Germans, a handful from the military orders whose rules sound like hymns. Men sworn to ride where the line needs a spine. To the east and north, threads of dust make their own handwriting. They belong to a Mongol column detached from the wider storm now rolling toward Hungary, a swift detachment meant to keep Poland distracted while Subutai works his larger geometry on the plains beyond the Carpathians. Here the officers are Baidar and Kardan, names as spare as the steppe, and with them a fabric of skill, light horse archers who can write distance into sentences, heavier men ready to close the paragraph, scouts whose eyes read terrain as if it were a tame animal. The morning is quick and bright, breath hangs a little and then disappears. Henry has chosen ground with gentle folds and tries to make it a partner. He arrays his divisions in the custom of the region, vanguard under Bolesław's kin and allied knights, a centre that wants to be patient, reserves that believe they are a promise, and he prays the old Western grammar of impact will persuade riders who have learned another language entirely. The first conversation is held at range, in clean cold air. Bows speak with long, exact syllables. Shafts drum on shields and slip into weak seams. Crossbows answer in a thicker dialect and make their own punctuation. Then the horse archers flow sideways like water searching for a softer bank. A banner pushes forward and is ignored. Another is invited, with feints and obvious gaps to hurry. The Mongol line opens like a polite door, and the pursuit passes through, and then the door remembers it is a trap and closes. Chroniclers will later disagree about how often that manoeuvre was rehearsed that day. Some speak of one feigned flight, others of many, a whole stanza of retreat and return, and they will embroider the smoke as well. Was there a sulphurous cloud, oil-soaked fibres, and powder burned to blur vision, and sour breath, or only the ordinary dust that armies brew by existing? Either way, men find their throats scratched and their eyes watering at inconvenient moments. A knight shouts the old command to dress the line and hears only the coughing of his horse. Somewhere in the press a standard sinks and rises, as if discovering how heavy cloth can be when it is asked to stand for an idea that has lost a yard of ground. Henry rides the centre, compact and intent, the kind of commander who believes steadiness can be borrowed if shown. He sends word to hold, to breathe, to ignore the invitations that distance keeps offering. The vanguard, chafed and stung, does not always listen. A proud handful spur into the open to answer the hurt with the gallop that had solved so many afternoons in smaller wars, and the yard that opens ahead of them becomes too wide, too quickly, to call back. The Mongols, accustomed to making time elastic, adjust the distance between heartbeats so that arrows feel like weather again. Polish and German contingents try to knit a new front from their fragments and discover that thread cannot be found when a man is looking down at the spur he just broke to see if the omen can be argued with. A few brothers of an order, Teutonic, or maybe Hospitaller, in later telling, the sources can't stop polishing this hinge, form a short, square sentence of iron and write it straight into a knot of enemies because a vow looks most like itself when it is inconvenient. They vanish like a word, swallowed in the mouth. Their stubborn comma leaves a pause in the enemy's grammar, but not enough to change the paragraph. Midday spreads a brighter, indifferent light over the quarrel, and the ground feels leveller to the archers than to the heavy men who need a slope to harvest speed. Here Henry commits his reserve because an hour always arrives that asks a leader to spend what he saved, and for a span the collision grows local and old-fashioned, spear to shield, sword to mail, the closeness of labour when names are not easily heard, only the small grunts that turn into prayer after a few syllables. The Mongols give ground deliberately, then take it with profit. Lancers arrive along corridors, arrow fire has opened, a messenger with a wooden face rides behind the front to humiliate a gap with accuracy. The wind shifts, and the dust listens to orders that do not need translation. Legend will claim that a banner bearing the devil's head was raised to frighten Christian hearts, or that trumpets shaped like beasts unmanned the line, medieval rhetoric enjoying itself because defeat tastes better when a colourful spice is added, but a quieter ledger suggests simpler facts. Scouts misread a fold, a retreat uncovered a flank, the discipline of townsmen, brave, but new to this elastic war, frayed where a guild's habit of order ended and a horse's insistence began. When the day finally changes its tense, it does so with the politeness real routes prefer. It asks a single unit to step back, then invites its neighbour to be lonely. The centre, deprived of two ribs, remembers that breathing can be difficult. The right recognises it is left behind. Henry's household closes around him like a hand making a fist, and for a brave, aching minute they hold a little island of order in a fast river of intention. He is pulled down, as many good men are, at the brightest part of his usefulness, some say by an arrow through the neck mail, others by the sheer arithmetic of arms, lifted once, set back in the saddle, and then taken again when the ring tightens. Later, stories will walk far from the truth and back, that his head was carried on a lance through villages, that Saint Hedwig dreamed the place of his death, that tongs were put in the mouth of the severed head to count how many languages the Duke had learned. Such tales of the body trying to explain a wound by giving it decoration. The plainer sentence is that a regional anchor was cut and the boat swung on its moorings. Mothers in Silesia had one fewer certainty to point at when telling their children where home ends and hazard begins. By late afternoon, the field has adopted the quiet of spent men. The Mongol column, having done exactly what it came to do, pin Poland, break answers, forbid help to Hungary, points its dust toward the next appointment. The victors do not linger. Their method is motion. Behind them remain the ordinary relics of an argument. A snapped lance head in a furrow, a kettle kicked over and glinting, a glove that will never find its pair. Survivors gather in small rooms of shadow, behind hedges and under the lee of carts, and pour water onto cloths that were meant for banners. A priest who thought himself brave only in churches discovers he can hold a man's head still enough for the bandage to matter. A burgher stares at a dent in his pot helm as if learning a new letter in the alphabet of fear. In nearby convent walls, Henry's widow and his mother will assemble their courage into the shape of governance, stitching counties and loyalties into something that does not look elegant but keeps the winter out. In the rooms where scholars like to keep their disputes tidy, the quarrels will be polished for company. Were the numbers truly desperate for Henry, or have patriotic math and later sorrow exaggerated the odds? Did the Mongols use chemical smoke, or only dust and rumour? Which commanders led which wings? Baidar, Kadan, Order. How much of their success belonged to the grand design Subutai was drawing on maps 2 countries away, and how much to the ordinary, daily discipline of men who could shoot at a gallop and refuse the seduction of a knight's dash? Was there really an Order's banner at Legnica, and if so, did those brothers fall to the last? Each source, Polish annals, German town books, later Mongol chronicles filtered through other languages, carries its own angle of light and its own shadow. What the field itself remembers is kinder and less precise. A chill at dawn that never returned, a crow hopping between 2 bright bits of mail, as if deciding which to steal, the way a rider's shadow leaned ahead of him by afternoon, long and tired, as if it were trying to get home first. Evening comes with a bruised gentleness over Silesia. The ploughed earth holds the warmth it borrowed and gives it back to boots that have done enough. Smoke rises straight for a while, then wanders. Somewhere a monk writes the date carefully, April 9th, 1241, and leaves a thin margin, as if he suspects he will have to add an echo soon from farther south. And so we turn with him, quietly, along the long road the Mongols preferred, to the Danube plain, where willow and riverbank and night marches will conspire at a place the Hungarians call Mohi. But for a few breaths more, we let the wind move across Legnica's open ground, where the last light lies on a fallen spur and makes it look absurdly like a small moon finding its dignity in the grass. Let us proceed to part 12. Let your breath fall into a quiet rhythm. We're arriving at the Battle of Mohi, 1241, where willow banks and a black river taught Europe how quickly a night can change shape. He comes to the Sarjo in early April, when the floodplain still smells of thawed reeds and the moon walks the water in long broken pieces. On the western bank, the Hungarian host has made a crowded city of wagons and canvas. King Bela IV, with his standard folding and unfolding like a nervous thought, Archbishop Ugrin, with a soldier's jaw and a priest's certainty, nobles and county levies bright with heraldry that does not know how near the dust waits, while beyond the river, just out of comfort's reach, the Mongol coalition breathes as one body under 2 minds. Batu to be seen, Subutai to be felt. Scouts come and go like discreet sentences. They have read this ground already. The flat meadows stippled with willow and osier, the long causeway to the bridge at Mohi, the shallows that look harmless until they invite haste, and their plan has the quiet confidence of a tool long used. Fix the enemy where he is strong, unmake him where he does not look. By day the river keeps a polite distance between the 2 armies. Hungarian crossbows and archers line the camp's edge and the bridgehead, watchful, while light horse prowl the fringes and return with arrows in their shields, as if wearing someone else's opinion. Officers count wagons, count tent rows, count unmounted men, and sigh the short sighs of administrators. Knights rehearse bravery in tidy knots and find the ground unwilling to rise into the charge they love. On the eastern bank, Mongol horse archers write their curved handwriting in the air and then erase it, returning to stillness with a discipline that feels like weather at rest. Toward evening, a wind skims under the canvas, and the camp's cooking fires lean in one direction like parishioners. Men eat quickly, grateful and inattentive. Somewhere in the dark, between willow clumps, engineers begin to practice the plain sorcery of their craft. Night grows obliging and deep, and under it, Subutai unrolls the second sentence, a low spare bridge thrown across the Sarjo a few miles south, its timbers handled like secrets. Elsewhere, a feint toward the known crossing, noise enough to make the Hungarian sentries tighten their grip on spears and stare harder into the official darkness. At Mohi's main bridge, just before dawn, the Mongol vanguard presses in with the bad manners of a test, drums muffled, hooves kept shy of thunder, then pulls back before the gate of wagons, and men can decide whether to answer with a shout or a measured breath. A few moments later, the same pressure returns, more insistent, and the camp stirs to action. Trumpets, the clatter of harness, that jumble of shouted names by which a medieval army knits itself in a hurry. Ugrin leads a sally over the bridge with the pugnacious grace of a man who always keeps his verbs close to his nouns. For a shimmering instant, he drives the enemy's screen back onto its supports, banners knocking together like dishes in a fast kitchen. He does not know, no one west of the river knows, that another mouth has opened farther south, and a second current is already pouring toward their flank. Dawn peels the sky, mist lifts in reluctant skeins, the Sarjo turns from black to iron to pewter. Across the flat, Mongol horns begin to speak with that tidy, unhurried grammar that seems to smooth time rather than sharpen it. The feint at the bridge grows teeth and holds the Hungarians' eyes. The main force, having crossed by Subutai's secret-making, fans along the western bank and folds towards the camp's rear like a river remembering an old oxbow. First come the arrows, the long, disciplined rain that does not care what emblem it strikes, then the heavy riders that close a paragraph, then the engines that throw their small, persuasive punctuation of stones and jars. Smoke moves in bruised sheets, where reeds take fire. Some say the air stung with powders that made eyes water and voices thin to threads. Whether chemistry or simple dust, the world inside the wagon lager grows thick and unhelpful, and the camp begins to feel like a house with too many doors ajar. Bela's army is not timid. It is merely surprised by a geometry it did not practice. Inside the ring of carts, the press of bodies makes bravery local. Knights attempt to form for a charge and find the lanes too narrow, the turns too tight. County infantry, stout with obligation, brace shields against a wind of panic that cannot be seen but pushes anyway. Ugrin gathers a hard knot of men and punches a path toward the bridge to clear a throat for retreat or counterstroke. His courage writes a lucid line through the mess and then stops mid-sentence, swallowed by numbers. West and south, companies trying to wheel to face the new threat discover the old ones still attached to their front. Arrows come from angles that do not ask permission. To the north, a brief, handsome push by mailed nobles breaks cleanly into the open, and then, finding open ground also belongs to the enemy, unravels like thread gently pulled. Somewhere in the heavy middle of the hour, Batu rides close enough to be seen and inspires the sort of fear that is mostly respect. His presence a bright nail hammered through the leather of the day, while Subutai's orders continue to travel like cool water along channels dug in long campaigns. Lighter riders slice the edges, keeping the Hungarians a collection of brave rooms rather than a house. Heavier contingents deliver the careful blows that turn a room into a wreck. The wagon lager, designed to be a fortress, becomes a trap as carts jam and oaths tangle. Horses scream in the thin, shocked way that makes men older. The river seems to lean its glittering shoulder against the camp, helping the pressure. A gate bursts under weight, not of wood, but of intention, and through it pours that late morning clarity battles sometimes find. One side suddenly everywhere, the other suddenly alone in many places. The retreat, when it begins, has the exact cruelty of water finding a crack. Some units reach the bridge and are pressed into it until the bridge is less a structure than a noise. Others turn west and scatter into the low woods and ditches, discovering how quickly armour teaches humility to speed. Bela himself is pulled out of the wreckage by loyalty's last reserves and flung along a road that will become exile for a season. Beside the river, a priest holds a dying man's head, as if obedience to a final command could make the map gentler. By noon, the camp is a sieve. By afternoon, a memory that still smokes. The victors do not linger to collect compliments. Their method is movement. Patrols flow outward, checking the pockets of resistance. Then the larger current aims for the Danube crossings because a plan hates standing still. Afterward, Europe will learn to pronounce certain names as if swallowing. Sajo, Mohi, Subutai, Batu. In Hungary, the king will rebuild with a stubborn practicality that is a different kind of courage. Stone keeps where timber once stood. New privileges to entice settlers. A realm knitted tighter because fear had found its weak seams. Chroniclers will quarrel about numbers with the good faith of men riding by candlelight. How many thousands, under which banners? How many engines? How many noble houses reduced to widows? Learning new arithmetic. Some will insist on smokes and thunder, on demons painted upon flags. Others, more domestic, will talk of the narrowness between wagons, the foolishness of sleeping near a river with no second bridge, the genius of throwing timbers across dark water where your enemy is not looking. All will be right in a way that refuses to be total. What remains on the ground after the last hoofbeat dies into reeds is small and honest, a muddy strap with its buckle bent like a question, a broken arrow that looks like half a sentence, a kettle kicked over, its black mouth still surprised. Evening comes mild, as if unmoved by the noon it had to host. The Sajo resumes its quiet work of copying the sky. Somewhere to the north, far beyond these reeds in the day's bitterness, a lake lies under April ice, clear as glass with the sky sealed inside it, and men will soon step onto that cold mirror to decide another argument about courage and distance. For now, the willows shake once, gently, and are still. The river exhales, the field settles its dust as a mother settles a quilt, and the night accepts what the day has written without adding a word. Let us proceed to part 13. Let your breath grow slow and even. We're arriving at the battle on the ice, 1242, where a frozen lake and an April wind taught Iron how to listen. He steps onto a sheet of pale morning that seems to have borrowed its light from bone. Lake Peipus stretches away like a held breath, the ice filmed with meltwater that turns sky into a thin mirror, and along its western shallows, men from Novgorod and Pskov plant their feet as if speaking to the earth through their heels. Alexander, young still, with the steady watchful patience that later ages will call Nevsky, has placed infantry forward in a crescent, archers nested where reeds show dark through glass, and behind them a reserve of horse held as if it were a promise he intends to keep only once. Across the shimmering flat, the banners of the Livonian order and the bishopric's men approach with a confidence tested on many frontiers. Brothers in white mantles, heavy lances bright as fax, allied foot trudging behind. Like the punctuation that turns a charge into a sentence, the air is sharp, not cruel. A gull writes a white question mark and then folds itself into the wind. Early April, the 5th day, and the Thor has begun to practice, but not enough to forbid the noon its argument. They come on as knights prefer, narrowing to a point. Wedge and will, the beaked head of a formation meant to break what it touches. Over ice, the hooves drum a muffled, hollow music, more felt than heard. The glimmering surface takes the weight with a complaint that is almost polite. The first collision is close and unhandsome. Novgorodian shields lift and bite. Spear shafts flex. A brother's horse balks at the last bright instant and is forced on with knee and oath. The tip of the German wedge nosed into the crescent and finds itself swallowed by stubbornness rather than split by it. Archers change angles as if turning a lamp, sending short, cold notes into the packed places where armour's grammar has seams. From the right, Alexander's horse comes forward, not a gallop that spends itself like a shout, but a measured, shaping motion, as if he were persuading the line to remember the curve it practiced before dawn. The wedge, finding resistance elastic and flanked, begins to fray. One bright pennon lags, another surges, and the neat beak becomes a bird that has forgotten its neck. Later chronicles will embroider with the pleasure memory takes in drama. The Livonian rhymed chronicle will hold its line about courage and mischance. The first Novgorod chronicle will be spare, even inward, noting victory without ornament. Others, friendlier to spectacle, will swear the ice cracked and gulped iron by the mouthful, that whole files vanished like coins dropped into water. He listens, smiling at the kindly vanity of storytellers, and keeps the quieter ledger most scholars now favour, that the ice near the western shore was thick enough to box and bruise, but not to swallow, that the killing was the old kind, done within arm's reach, and that the only sinking that mattered was a change of heart, when men who had meant to split the day discovered they were being wrapped by it instead. Even so, the ice has its say. Meltwater turns footing treacherous. A brother tries to wrench his mount around, and the hind shoes sheer sideways. A surf levy footman finds his courage amplified because all horses are short-legged today. The wedge that should have run through the Russ's line like a key through cloth stalls and is forced to become a crowded room. Crowded rooms are where axes learn to talk. Alexander rides not ahead of his men like a statue, but along the seam where breath is shortest, redistributing calm the way a careful hand adjusts a blanket on a fevered child. The reserve he kept becomes useful at exactly the minute when usefulness is shy. Fresh mounts pressing where tired iron has softened, continuity offered to places that were about to become gaps. A banner tilts towards the ice and rights itself. A young man tastes blood and realizes it is his lip rather than his soul. Somewhere a priest murmurs the short prayer that fits between hammer blows. The German rear, seeing the beaked point dulled and the crescent sharpening, tries to widen the fight and is checked by archers who cannot be reached quickly without learning how slippery early spring is. The clatter becomes a steadier noise, the kind that means decision is passing quietly from one set of hands to another. When the breaking finally admits itself, it is decorous rather than theatrical. A knot refuses to be a knot, then another. Mounted men, who are experts at falling back on turf, discover that retreat across glass requires a different alphabet. The ordered white of mantles unravels into the grey-brown of distance. Some plunge through rotten patches along the rutted shore, where reeds and pressure ridges have conspired, but most simply turn and slog, beaten more by angle and timing than by catastrophe. Pursuit chases where it should and restrains where it must. Victory loves to tempt men into thin places, and Alexander, who intends to keep this day useful for tomorrow, calls his riders back before ice or pride can rewrite the hour. On the lake, the noise dims to the click of hooves and the hiss of skates improvised from nailed shoes. Along the margin, men sit and discover their hands shaking, then discover that shaking can be a kind of prayer. Afterward, arguments assemble in warm rooms. Was the fight mainly on the lake, or mostly upon its windy shore? Did the Russ line truly wear that elegant crescent, or is the curve a stylus historians use to write clarity onto a mess? How many brothers fell? How many were taken? How far did the pursuit run? The answers disagree by comfortable inches. Yet all the accounts, honest in different ways, keep a shared centre: the charge that failed to pierce, the flank that learned patience, the reserve that arrived like a second breath, and the consequences, measured not in spectacle but in seasons, are legible. Novgorod's frontier stiffening into a custom, the nightly habit north of the forests tempered by memory, treaties and tributaries adjusting their manners as if a door had been rehung straighter. Alexander will become a saint in the telling of his people, not because ice sank enemies, but because he taught a city to marry caution and courage until they could be mistaken for each other. Dusk spreads a violet glaze across the lake. The day's bruises cool, reeds click together like beads. A novice gathers dropped arrowheads into a pouch, each one a small cold thought he will warm between his fingers by the stove in years to come. A brother of the order, captured and surprised to be alive, takes water from a rust ladle and tastes in it the simple mercy that outlasts uniforms. Far away, heat waits on a saddle of land where basalt remembers fire, and horses will draw loops of dust around two horned hills. Thirst will try to right its old argument again. But here, for a few untroubled breaths, the ice becomes only a dim mirror, reflecting a sky that has decided to forgive the noon, and the wind, gentler now, combs the cattails until they sound like a lullaby for iron that has finally learned how to sleep. Let us proceed to part 14. Let your breath slow, shoulders easy. We're arriving at Ain Jalut, 12 on 60, where a green valley and a hidden spring taught speed to listen to patience. He steps into the Jezreel at first light. That broad floor of grass and tilled earth beneath Mount Gilboa, where cicadas rehearse a bright monotony and the air already holds a trace of heat. Here, near the spring of Goliath, the water comes up cold from the ground and braids with stands of scrub and low woods. And on this stage, the Mamluk army is arranging a lesson for an enemy that had taught half the world to be afraid of afternoons. Qutuz, stern, exhausted, temporarily the spine of Egypt, has marched north under a banner of last things, with emirs hard as hammered iron and a cavalry that was once enslaved and trained until the body forgot how to be anything but precise. Among them rides Baybars, a quick, suspicious mind who reads ground the way others read men. To the east and north, the dust is Mongol. Kitbuka's column, fierce and composed, veterans of a conquest that had turned cities into cautionary tales, their composite bows bright with practice, their horses the tidy miracles of the steppe. The larger horde has been drawn away by the death of Monka and the summons that emptied Syria of Hulagu's weight. What remains is still dangerous, a blade left on a table because the hand was called elsewhere. Between the green of the valley and the blue, lifting into noon, two habits of war prepare to ask each other hard, close questions. Baybars sets the ambush as if he were folding a map into a smaller truth. Forward screens to sting and invite. Drums and horns, rehearsed for a crescendo. The bulk of the Mamluk strength, tucked beside rises and trees, lances angled to harvest a mistake. And then the bait goes forward. A net made to look like a thread. When Kitbuka answers, he does it without flinching. The Mongol advance presses with that elastic confidence Europe had learned to dread. Skirmishers riding curved lines, heavier men arriving to turn those lines into emphatic shapes. The first contacts are light and fast, Baybars snapping at the edges and peeling away like a ribbon tugged, just enough to be infuriating. Arrows slip into mail, shields answer, horses blow hot through their bits, and the valley seems to hold its breath as if it knows the hour prefers to be sudden. Then the feint becomes a corridor. Following the stinging retreat, the Mongols run into ground that narrows gently, trees and low banks asking formations to become more honest, and the Mamluk drums begin to speak, not a scatter of bravado, but a timed, muscular punctuation, and Kutus commits the weight he has been hoarding. From both flanks, the hidden wings pour in, armoured riders meeting momentum at right angles, lances set, blades speaking the old, reliable verbs of close battle. The noise changes character, no longer the whistling grammar of distance, but the thick, breathy language of contact. Men who had trusted space discover its betrayal. The valley, suddenly very small, refuses to give back the yards the Mongols ask of it. In the crush, a standard dips, then steadies. In another place, a rider learns how heavy courage becomes when the horse beneath him is unsure. Kutus, who legend says threw off his helmet and cried, "O Islam!" to bring the ring inward, rides where the seam threatens to open, pouring presence into a gap until that presence hardens into line. Kitbuka fights like a man uninterested in tomorrow's versions of his name, captured or killed, the accounts argue, though most set his death here with a clarity that feels earned. The field tilts, barely, then surely. Mongol units that know how to turn retreat into trap instead find the ground and the hour uncooperative. Mamluk squadrons wheel and reform with the tidy cruelty of professionals at the right task. Arrows still fly, but their sentences no longer decide the paragraph. Soon the valley is crowded with endings, riderless ponies making small confused circles, a broken bow that looks like a thought interrupted, a man sitting very quietly because he has been told by pain to be as small as possible. After, scholars will practice their soft quarrels. Were the numbers nearly equal, or did rumour double the vanquished to flatter the victors? Did Baybar's feigned retreat script the day, or merely nudge a disposition already tempted by its own speed? How much did the truce with the Crusader towns, safe passage, quiet markets, matter to the march that put Egypt's cavalry here at all? Did the Grove line and the Spring do more than any banner could? Each answer wears the gentleness of hindsight. What feels certain on the ground is plainer, that the valley's green was not an ornament, but a partner, that discipline can be an ambush disguised as patience, that men who had learned to win with distance can be made ordinary when distance is taken from them by design. Evening softens the edges. Mamluk riders water their horses at the same spring where the morning began. Leather darkens, iron cools, knuckles remember how to be hands again. There are mercies, prisoners taken rather than erased, and severities too, because victory is a hard school. News will travel like clean wind. Damascus listening, Cairo exhaling, Crusader ports adjusting their faces to whatever tomorrow requires. Kutus will not keep the wreath long, assassination waiting like a bend in the road, and Baybars will step into the long, austere work of rule. But for this hour, Egypt has learned that the world can be turned at the size of a valley and the length of a morning. If you're awake with us now, let the image be simple. A line of horses drinking at a spring that looks like a coin laid in the grass, a torn banner stitched by the breeze into temporary dignity, a field remembering hoofbeats, and then kindly forgetting. Far away, rain gathers over a wooden bridge in a northern climate, and a smaller army will choose narrowness as its ally. But for a few breaths more, the Jezreel is only green and ordinary and generous, the drums quiet, the dust settled, the spring cold in the palm. Let us proceed to part 15. Let your breathing be slow and steady. We're arriving at the battle of Stirling Bridge, 1297, where a narrow crossing and a patient marsh taught Pride how to misstep. He comes to a September morning on the River Forth, the light a pale wash over reeds and damp meadow, and the wooden bridge, modest, workmanlike, linking the safer southern bank to the north, where the ground rises towards Stirling's Rock. On one side stands the English host under the Earl of Surrey and Hugh de Cressingham, bright with banners and confidence, cavalry restless to turn weight into certainty. On the other, a Scottish army stitched from stubborn cloth, northern levies and town men reshaped by weeks of small victories, knights who have learned to ride without arrogance, and at their heart two names breathing in the same sentence: Andrew Murray, cool and exact, a commander who reads ground like a careful steward reads a ledger, and William Wallace, tall in story if not in measurement, a force that turns will into geometry. The river makes its slow silver, the air wet enough to hold hoof smell and oiled leather, and the causeway leading to the bridge tightens the whole fade of the morning into a funnel. Cressingham, urged by impatience or by a contempt that has ruined many afternoons, insists that the crossing begin. Surrey, perhaps wiser, hesitates, but time, once insulted, becomes disobedient. The English vanguard starts to file over, knights and spearmen thinning into a narrow ribbon, while the rest wait behind in an unwieldy, bright impatience that armour cannot disguise. The Scots have come early to the bend, where the meadows are soft and treacherous. They let the first English files pass, let the column lengthen, let the trap become its own carpenter. Then a signal, quiet to us at this distance, unmistakable to those who had rehearsed it, and the northern host uncoils from the soggy ground, schiltrons, tight hedgehogs of spears and will, moving not as a swarm, but as a choreographed refusal. Light troops to harry the edges, men who know every sink and tussock the way a fisherman knows a current. They fall upon the vanguard while its spine is still on the bridge, and the marshy flank, chosen like a sharp adjective, does its work. Horses that need momentum find only the half-yard. Knights who depend on the long sentence of a charge discover their verbs stuck at the throat. Foot pressed between river and bog begin to learn the short, brutal grammar of being unable to turn. The fight collapses into close, breath-hot rooms, a spear under a mail skirt, a poleaxe asking a helmet whether iron remembers kindness, a standard flinching as if it had nerves. The men on the south bank can see it all and cannot join without feeding more bodies into the narrow mouth. The bridge, meant to carry order across water, becomes a machine for multiplying panic. Moray and Wallace keep the story tidy. One pushes to hold the bottleneck closed, the other presses the vanguard toward the river and the sucking wet, and the river accepts what armour offers. Arrows, few but practical, stitch the spaces where a shield has tilted. A Scots knight, no more beautiful than necessary, rides the hard edge between bold and foolish, and chooses well. A farmer from the parish beyond the hill plants his spear, and discovers the liberating mathematics of leverage. De Cressingham, the king's treasurer in Scotland, fights with consequence and dies with it. Later tales insist that his skin became a trophy, strap and baldric, cut from a hated overseer. Though sober pages muttered that cruelty loves to make a costume of victory. Here too the truth wears more than one coat, as more. Surrey orders the bridge destroyed to rescue what can still be carried back. Timbers crack and tumble into the green-brown bright of the Forth, planks rotating once, twice, before choosing a direction. On the northern bank, the English who cannot recross give up the map and seek the mercy of water or spear. On the southern, men who had not yet crossed watch the day disobey them and must practice the discipline of retreat. Numbers, other music scholars never quite agree on, How many stood to be counted on each side? How much of the English force actually crossed before being trapped? Whether Moray or Wallace wore the day's intent more tightly. Chronicles written nearer the hour give one emphasis, later patriots another. Some claim a ford existed close by, others insist the bridge alone dictated the shape. There are even arguments about the bridge's exact placement on a river that has rearranged its banks with the patience of centuries. But the field itself keeps a simpler ledger, the marsh that behaved like an accomplice, the timber throat that met too many teeth at once, the decision to let arrogance do some of the work. Moray had already learned the value of patience in the north. Wallace had learned the cost of rashness in a country where rashness was a daily bread. Together they persuaded a morning to become theirs without paying a price they could not afford. In the aftermath, salvage and sorrow share the same table. Many English die in the water, many more on the trampled grass, and the road south fills with the tidy misery of withdrawal, the rattle of carts, the small clink of mail that has gone quiet inside itself, hard oaths that avoid the name of God out of respect. The Scots count their wounded and their luck. Andrew Moray, who had done so much of the invisible arithmetic that made this hour possible, is badly hurt and will not live to see how the day ripens. His death is a subtraction that haunts the margin of every later page. Wallace, with the momentum that fields sometimes donate to men who stand very still, steps into guardianship. Embassies will frown, castles will be nervous, and a nation finds a shape for its stubbornness that is legible even across borders. Stirling becomes a hinge, not the door itself, but the well-made part that lets the door remember its function. In rooms far from the wet smell of September grass, tidy debates continue in the polite light of lamps. Was Surrey's hesitance prudence ignored, or caution that invited bolder folly? Did Cressingham's accounts, led mind, mistrust the expense of patience more than the enemy's cunning? Were the Shiltrons as disciplined as later stories love to imagine, or were they brave knots held together by a few voices and geography? What is certain is that the lesson leaned not on romance, but on physics. Constrict the path, open the flanks into mud, strike not at the front of strength, but at its half-made shape. The river, listening as always, carried away splinters and echoes, and somewhere upriver, a boy watched a plank drift past and thought, without knowing why, of armies. Evening puts a cool hand on the meadows. The trampled sedges begin to stand again, thin and indomitable. A dropped glove catches the last light as if holding a small bright coin. The castle rock, indifferent and enduring, lets its shadow stretch toward the broken crossing. In the murmuring dark, men who survived say little, as if words might wake the day again. In the quiet rooms of a priory, a clerk writes the date with a cramped, devout hand and leaves a space for tomorrow's sequel. For the sequel is already aligning itself, not here, but on open ground where the air will be dry as chalk dust, and the English will bring a new grammar of distance and rain, and a king will teach the Shiltron how it breaks when arrows write their patient script. The river tucks its silver under reeds. The bridge is gone. The night tastes faintly of iron and peat, and a breeze, already from the south, practices the shape of the word Falkirk. Let us proceed to part 16. Let the breath lengthen, jaw loose. We're arriving at the Battle of Falkirk, 1298, where dry summer grass and a rain of arrows taught circles how to open. He steps onto a July afternoon, laid out like parchment, the air chalk dry above the low hills east of Stirling, and the ground wearing that pale thirsty green that crackles under hoof. Good land for hooves, better still for a patient bow. Edward, a king with a mason's seriousness, has followed hard along the Forth and then south, his army large and layered, mailed household knights who trust impact, Welsh and English long bowmen whose draw weights turn distance into law, Gascon and English cavalry that like to write their arguments at a gallop, billmen and spearmen bound by county habit into tidy blocks. Against him waits a Scottish host, reorganised by the lessons of the year before. William Wallace and his co-guardian John Comyn, names that do not sit easily in each other's company, have pooled their strength into 4 great schiltrons, hedgehogs of ash and iron planted on ground they intend to make sticky. Between those bristling circles run the narrow alleys, where light troops and the few Scottish bowmen can move. Behind them, in theory, a reserve of cavalry watches for the hour that will allow bravery to help rather than to ruin. Midday leans toward heat. The dust hangs. Somewhere a lark forgets to be afraid of armies and continues its tiny sermon in the sky. From the English side, the drums and trumpets do their civil work, aligning many towns' tempers into one long breath. From the Scottish side, there is the quieter music of men setting spear butts into earth, of leather pulled tight at the last hole, of a circle becoming a promise. At first, the fight is all reduced geometry. The English advance must cross a small burn. The Scots circles brood on a shallow rise, where bog and brush make approach fussy. Cavalry test the edges and clap away, discovering quickly that there is no room to spend gallop as a currency. Comyn's horse, small in number, mercurial in later telling, makes a show upon the flank and then is gone, whether by plan or by a timidity. History will decorate with excuses. The sources lean in different directions, and he lets them, knowing that motives can wear more than one coat. Wallace keeps his spears still. Stirling Bridge is a fresh lesson. Inside every rib here, do not unravel to reach a distant threat. Let the enemy summon the mistake first. For a breath, it seems as if stasis might tempt evening to arrive early. Then Edward calls up what the day was built for. Lines of longbowmen push forward between cavalry blocks and plant their feet as if speaking to the land through their heels. Their bows arc and creak, chords whisper, and the first heavy flights go up like a flock that has been trained to come down only in a certain place. Arrows fall into the schiltrons, not as decorations but as weather, long stiff rain that finds the breathing spaces under shields and between faces, that pins cloth to skin, that persuades courage to become a more expensive commodity. With each minute, spearmen hunch and strive to keep their circles tight. Dead men must be either stepped upon or moved, both choices asking the hands to forget that they are human. The alleys between the circles turn to corridors of harm, runners and slingers, those small improvisations of an army with not enough of the right tools find that air itself is unfriendly. A few impulses of horse come on to test the softened places. Too soon, some say too eager, but even these half measures bruise the rim of a schiltron now more puddled than rock. The truth of the afternoon settles. The circle is a good idea until the sky is allowed to speak. Once the rain of shafts has taught the edges to fray and the inside to waver, the next press is a matter of weight and angle. The long bows work in practice pulses, volleys timed so that men trying to breathe between storms cannot find a gap. Wallace rides the lanes between circles, face coarsened by dust and worry, calling the old instructions that soldiers always need in new accents: hold, dress inward, lift, cover, forward by inches, not by yards. His voice does the good work voices do, and still the arithmetic is sour. Where an arrow has taken an eye, the spearman's place grows porous. Where four such places touch, a seam begins. Where a seam meets horse, the seam remembers it is cloth. One Scottish circle staggers and collapses into itself, the long staves turning clumsy in hands swollen with heat and iron's bite. Another opens just enough to invite a lunge, and then cannot close again, because living men are reluctant to occupy the space of fresh dead. The English cavalry, who had been husbanded like coin for the proper purchase, are let go in modest, deadly packets. No glorious broadside charge, only hard bites at bruised edges. In and out, a hawk's habit rather than a bull's. Scholars in rooms where ink cools at a polite pace will keep their measured quarrels. Whether Common's horse betrayed the hour or preserved it by refusing to die for nothing. Whether Wallace had placed archers enough and merely saw them swallowed by the first gust of better boughs. Whether Edward commanded composure or simply allowed his archers to be themselves. Numbers will wobble, as numbers do when pulled from memory into pride. 10,000 straddling margins that poets prefer, casualties moving until the table looks appropriately grave. The chronicles agree on the skeleton if not the clothes. The longbow made the afternoon thin. The Shiltron learned that standing still can be a way of falling. Mounted weight arrived like a punctuation mark at the sentence's weakest comma. On the ground, feeling triumph's knees knock with exhaustion, English men-at-arms rein up in front of circles that are now islands of shouting rather than shores of spears. Some Scots break toward the brush and heather. Others stand until the small room around them is all that is left, and then learn the quiet grammar of going down without noise. A banner with St. Andrew's saltire washes into the dust and lies there like a blue field, learning drought. Far off, Stirling Rock, observer, not participant, keeps its slow, uncaring counsel, while closer the dry grass takes fire in a few places where shafts and friction have found tinder. Squires stamp the tongues out and find themselves shaking because the body always tells the truth first. Edward, whose hunger has a state's name, watches with the farmer's satisfaction at a harvest well managed, and then with the lawyer's eye calculates what the grain will cost to transport. Wallace, escaping with what command can still be carried in the throat after so much dust, leaves behind not cowardice, but a promise to try again elsewhere. Soon he will lay down the guardianship rather than pretend a shattered instrument can be played as if new. Soon he will become a hunted man whose name thickens in other men's mouths until it is heavier than a life can bear. For now he rides with a small company toward the tough, friendly accidents of the land, gullies, burns, folds of hill, and the evening takes him the way a forest takes a wind, by degrees, then all at once. After, the debates will gather their furniture. Was Falkirk inevitable the moment longbows met circles on open ground? Could a more jagged position, more water and thorn, have denied the sky its part? Did Scotland lack tools, or merely time, industry, or merely a season to practice? The answers, being human, will lean toward the comforting. He keeps a gentler inventory, the sound a sheaf of arrows makes when it lands among men who do not flinch, the bite of dry grass under a mailed knee, the small dignity of a spearman handing his place to a friend when his breaths begin to shorten, the smell of bow wax sour and sweet at once, on the air like a memory of work, well done and ill received. Armies will move again, because maps are never satisfied, and winter will file the day's edges down to a set of stories that can be told without waking grief. But the field keeps a few clear photographs for itself, a ring of staves shining where hands have polished them, a drop of pitch hardened on a bowstring into a bead the colour of night, a hoofprint holding a little cup of dust that shows the wind. where to sit. And as the light thins, the low hills grow mauve and retired, and a single kite hangs above the silence, tilting its narrow wings as if it were reading the ground for a sentence worth carrying away. Let us proceed to part 17. Let your breath settle. Soft and even, we're arriving at the Battle of Bannockburn, 1314, where a winding stream and a fringe of woods taught a great host how small a field can feel. He steps into midsummer light that smells of crushed mint and horse, the sun already bright on the low ridges south of Stirling, and hears the Bannockburn talking its quick, dark syllables through reeds and little gullies that make treacheries of their own. To the west the new park spreads, oak and scrub, oake, heather and old deer paths, while to the east the ground sinks toward mud and the slow trap of the cars. Robert Bruce has placed Scotland's hope inside this crooked geography, like a jewel in a clasp. Schiltrons, not as static hedgehogs alone, but as drilled, walking timber, ash shafts shoulder high, ranks that can wheel, kneel, close, men hardened by a patient war of pennies and thorns. They stand under saints' badges, pinned by wives, under banners stitched by fingers that knew hunger, and behind them runs a quiet discipline, learned from years of saying no to larger appetites. Across the rippling grass comes England's weight under Edward II, the glitter of hundreds of surcoats, the long comfort of numbers, earls with quarrels packed away for one weekend, archers as sure as habit, and cavalry impatient to turn wide space into obedience. Stirling Castle, tight-bellied on its rock, has a deadline whispered by treaty, surrender, if not relieved by midsummer's second evening, and that clock adds a hard music to every heart. The first day tastes like a rehearsal that has decided to become art. Near the ford at Sainter, Ninians are de Bohun spurs to carve Scotland's centre of gravity in one handsome stroke, and Bruce, on a small horse, axe balanced as if the wood had memory, sidesteps in a calm, learned from weather, and splits the knight's helm like a fruit, a chime of iron that travels through both armies like a rumour with good posture. To the south, knights test the screened lanes and find pits and caltrops, the little pots scooped into the ground and dressed with stakes, while from the trees the schiltrons push like green-limbed creatures. Points out, feet steady, voices low. The cavalry, denied the long sentence of a charge, breaks into phrases, then into words. Horses skitter at the smell of damp earth and sharp wood. For a few hot hours the day refuses to give a verdict. By evening, each side has learned the other's handwriting. The English, crowded among boggy swales and the coils of the stream, discover how reluctant ground can be to host a parade. The Scots discover that training can make thrift look like abundance. Few bows, fewer horses, just enough of everything else if courage is measured and not shouted. Lamps blink like small planets along the lines as night sits down between oak bowls and tents. Prayers thicken in the quiet. Someone sharpens spear points by feel, as if petting a hedgehog into calm. Dawn arrives bare and frank, and with it the careful inevitability of a door that must be tried again. Edward pushes his army forward onto narrower truth, archers looking for the angles that made Falkirk and will make so many later fields, but Bruce and his captains, Douglas quick as a heron on the flank, Randolph square and steady, the steward and the earls knotted into a single fabric for the hour, have arranged to deny the sky its clean grammar. Schiltrons step from cover in a knitting of wood and breath, not pell-mell, but with the tidy cruelty of a drill done in bad weather. They move across the shallow spoon of ground between New Park and Burn, the points of their ash forest finding daylight, the rear ranks keeping time with murmured words, Some of them prayers, some of them only the old human tricks for making a body remember it is strong. The English cavalry tries to surge where space seems to widen and finds men instead. It tries to wheel and discovers there is no room for a wheel, only for a stumble. It tries to flee a little and discovers the burn wandering like a thin brown wall in the wrong places. Archers are pushed back before they can conjugate distance. Foot soldiers of England, sturdy, dutiful, are pressed by men who have learned to harvest inches with spears. The bright field becomes a crowded room. Standards fall and rise and fall again, as if faith itself were coughing. The burn does its quiet work without boasting. Horses cram its crossings and balk. Mud accepts hooves with a courtesy that is really possession. Men who thought themselves part of a single oceanic host feel the sea break into ponds around them, and in ponds, drowning is made domestic. Panic is an expert editor. It travels where the schiltron tips bite deepest, and where archers cannot find lanes, and where earls shout instructions that the air returns to them like a joke told in the wrong language. Somewhere in that warm, loud hour, a notion the English carried into the day, that size is fate, blurs around the edges and slides off the page. A pocket of men near the bloody ford tries to force the stream and becomes an illustration more than an army. Another pocket tries to rebuild a line and is trimmed by Douglas like a hedge. Behind the front, carts and grooms and laundry women become geography. Folk with no weapons turn into simple weather, movement, noise, a wind that points the wrong way. Chronicles will later add and subtract as chronicles do. English pens, sore with self-reproach, will blame ground, king, chance, pride. Scottish pens, warmed by relief and the soft permission of victory, will polish the little and the local into heraldry. How the small folk, camp followers and boys, crested a ridge and turned anxiety into proof. How Bruce's axe stroke was a spell. How saints were seen in the heat haze above the spears. Sober scholars later will adjust numbers downward while leaving courage intact, and argue about pits, about the precise contour of the cars, about whether the archers were checked by mounted Scots or by the crush of their own side. Each tidy thesis will leave a smudge where touch met touch, and the day refused to be a diagram. What endures, even after the debates cool, is the texture, the creak of leather under linden boards, the quick housewife motions with which men wiped sweat from the eyes they had promised to keep open, the patient, almost domestic intelligence of a commander who chose a small field and made it smaller until it fit the hands that would shape it. By afternoon, the crowding has become confession. The English banner shapes lean, then dip. Edward is hustled from the field by a ring of loyalty that has decided tomorrow is the better hour to be brave. The road to Stirling clogs with the grammar of regret. Dropped kits, riderless horses, armour turned into anchors by mud. Along the burn, men who had no quarrel yesterday step around one another with an awkward courtesy to fetch water, to lift a friend, to touch just once the shield that kept them to this minute. On a knoll, a saltire unwinds and breathes as if it had lungs. Bruce, who has learned to fear success nearly as much as failure because both are expensive, lets the army's shout be brief and the binding of wounds be long. In the weeks that follow, castles will be given their new arithmetic, starved, undermined, or made to surrender, and embassies will rehearse their careful dances. The papal letters will frown, and then, years later, blink. A declaration will be written in the language of neighbours that makes a country sound like a family asking to be left to its own garden. None of that is visible on the field. Here the meadow remembers hooves and forgets them. The burn goes on, copying small pieces of sky. Gnats discover triumph, tastes of iron and sweat, and do not care which side supplied it. Evening presses a warm palm on Bannockburn's banks. In the shallows, a bent spear reflects like a reed. In the trees, a thrush starts and stops, as if uncertain whether history deserves a song. The men who stood in circles now lie in softer ones, sleeping where their footprints overlap, and a breeze moving out of New Park strokes the grass so lightly it might be apology. Somewhere south, miles and years ahead, narrow bow-strewn fields and muddy lanes are already clearing their throats. But tonight the lesson is simple and kind, that a small, well-chosen room can host the turning of a year, and that patience, when drilled into motion, can make even a great host feel the edges of the world. Let us proceed to part 18. Let your breath be slow and unhurried. We're arriving at the Battle of Creaking, 1346, where slanting rain and a hillside of chalk taught the century how distance could become a wall. He comes to a late August afternoon near the Somme. The sky a pewter dish turned slightly on its rim so that light slides across fields of stubble and pale flinty soil. High ground near the village of Crécy-en-Ponthieu wears hedges and small orchards like modest jewellery, and along that rise the English have made a patient arrangement of wood and nerve, archers in scalloped wings, men-at-arms dismounted and stubborn, pits and palisades stitched where the slope invites rashness, banners breathing evenly in the mild wind. Edward, the third of that name, carries in his head a mason's blueprint for the day. Let the enemy come uphill, let the archers speak first and longest. Keep the line as a single thought, not a collection of arguments. His son, the Prince of Wales, young, disciplined, still being fitted to his legend like a boy to a coat, has his place not far from the centre, and is watched with that taut, wordless attention a father gives when he wants the world to test but not break what he loves. South and east, dust lifts, where the French column unspools across roads and meadow. The oriflamme of Saint-Denis, scarlet like a tongue of vow, capes and crests and surcoats, Genoese crossbowmen with their parvises and windlasses, counts and banners that can be recognised from a hill by the men who owe them everything. They've marched hard, perhaps too hard, through the day's earlier rain. The air carries that sweet, sullen odour of wet cord and oiled leather. Horses toss their heads as if annoyed with history. When the first drops return, slanted and fine, they fall on strings and on patience, and the two armies take the news differently. The opening exchanges are not theatrical. The Genoese pad forward with their pavises and set to work in the unromantic rhythm of men who know they are useful. Wind, notch, raise, shoot, duck, breathe. But crossbows demand a tempo the weather dislikes, and the longbow, drawn to the ear by men practiced into quiet miracles, keeps a steadier grammar, a swarm that arrives before doubt can finish its sentence. Scholars will always enjoy their modest quarrels here, how much the rain mattered, whether the Genoese lacked spare strings, whether their captains begged for a pause and were given insult instead. But the slope and spacing remain more certain than rumour. English bows arced their iron rain in pulses that found faces and joints, and the small unguarded latitudes under a visor's lip. When the Genoese faltered and folded, the French knights behind them discovered the ancient inconvenience of having allies who exist in 3 dimensions. Orders growled backward, horses shouldered forward. Irritation became geometry. The first mounted waves climbed the wet chalk toward the hedge line and met the dull, efficient work of planted feet. A hedge of stakes, a grunt, a shove, a mallet's quick accent, where a visor needed persuading. Arrows came again, stroking the air with that loamy hiss that never leaves a listener's memory. Horses, innocent of heraldry, flinched, fell, turned sideways into friends. The French discipline, real and brave, fought the slope and the clutter and the impatience of a noble class that believed speed could buy certainty. It bought only noise. He walks the English front in his mind, rather than with his steps, and hears the small, intimate labour by which order wins. A captain instructing 3 archers to drop their aim a hand's breadth, a billman move in a pace to close a lace-thin seam. A knight on foot, listening to his breath and remembering to make it long. The prince's division takes its share of the heat, crests and badges reaching for the place where royal blood would taste sweetest, and a messenger rides to Edward with the question every father dreads, should the boy be helped? The answer history remembers is less cold than it sounds, and perhaps kinder than it has been told. Let him earn the hour, do not break the line's grammar to tidy one sentence. Help, if it came locally, men stepping a little nearer, archers spending an extra quiver on a patch of feverish colour, captains using voice rather than steel to make steadiness contagious. The boy learns the hour's alphabet and becomes more of a man with each loop of it. Around and below, French formations attempt assault in generous installments, brave and repeated, each finding a slightly different way to be late to the same mistake. The oriflamme leans, writes itself. The king, Philip, careful and combative, rides the press and tries to insist the day will answer to a crown. But crowns are only heavy hats when ground, rain and range have agreed to be friends. Between the louder minutes, 1,000 small films play, a Genoese arbalester biting his string to feel whether its fibres still have music in them, an English archer shaking water from his hair and swallowing a mouthful of sour wax because habit is faster than care, a destrier refusing a second climb and being coaxed by a hand that has fed him since he was a colt, a squire counting broken lances as if they were a Dialis merchant's tally of lost spoons. In such near things, wars tip. Later will come stories bright enough for tapestries. The blind King John of Bohemia riding tied to his companions so that honour could keep its appointment. Badges of famous houses trampled into anonymous mud. Rumours of a night fight that never quite became one because evening arrived to find too many men already arguing with darkness. Chroniclers will embroider numbers until they dress the dead in arithmetic. Modern pens will trim them back and give us curves and fields of fire. Everyone will keep Crécy as a syllabus. Patience, weather, measured ground, and the new loud eloquence of arrows that multiplied labour at a distance. By the time the light begins to thin, the French impetus has been taught a slower language. Not routed, too proud and too well-bred in war for the theatre of collapse. They are instead refused in layers until refusal becomes shape. Wounded men lean together. Trumpets say the sensible things trumpets must say. A king is ushered from 2 sharp edges by loyalty that has decided to survive in order to remain loyal tomorrow. The English line does not lunge into ruin. It holds, collects, drinks, rethreads gaps, then steps forward a yard at a time to collect the argument it has already won. On the chalk behind them lie the ordinary relics of an extraordinary day, a snapped yew stave with the grain shining like water, a ring that will never find the finger it measured, a handful of quarrels glinting like small stubborn thorns in the stubble. Somewhere under a hedge a boy who carried arrows sits shaking and does not yet know whether he is cold or victorious. A priest mutters a Latin that has sand and rain in it, and a dying man, hearing only the vowels, decides it is enough. In the quiet rooms where scholars keep kindness beside scepticism, the debates will remain tidier than the hour itself. Did Edward intend a revolution, or simply arrange prudence with unusual care? Were the Genoese betrayed by weather, by their kings, or only by the old truth that feet tire before ideas do? How decisive were the pits, the hedges, the precise bite of the slope? Each answer leaves a generous margin for the next scribe. What the field keeps is plainer, the sound of 1,000 draws, creak, breath, thrum, as if the hillside had learned to purr. The sweet, sour smell of bow wax mixed with wet hay, the way rain, when it falls slantwise on armour, makes a dotted music that memory hears again when sleep grows thin. Night deepens courteous and slow. Torches begin their soft punctuation along the ridge. Men roll cloaks and discover the earth has stored a little warmth for them. Captains walk like gardeners after a storm, counting what lived. Far to the south, in years, not many, another field will borrow this grammar and write a second bright paragraph. Poitiers, where a king will be asked to sit down upon the ground he had intended to own. But for now the chalk keeps its pale secret. The hedges hold a few careful birds, and the rain, having taught its lesson, wanders off to find a roof to love. Let us proceed to part 19. Let your breath soften, eyes heavy but awake. We're arriving at the Battle of Poitiers, 1356, yes, where hedgerows and a late summer haze taught a king the weight of patience lost. He comes to a September morning in the bocage of Poitou, the light gentle and exact on vineyards, thorny lanes, and fields ribbed with dry furrows. A little south of the town, between the hamlet of nWhat and a tangle of hedges, the English host has nested into the land as if the earth itself had invited them. The Black Prince, Edward, not yet 30, sun-browned, competent the way a seasoned craftsman is competent, has chosen a shallow rise stitched with vines and bristling banks, a position that narrows cavalry into thought and teaches momentum to say, please. Men-at-arms have dismounted and made themselves into an iron hedge. Long bowmen wait in the pockets and verges where lanes open like throats. A handful of light horse are held back with purpose, their hooves quiet, their riders thinking of angles rather than applause. All night the camp had smelled of apples and oiled leather. Now it smells of dry dust and low nerves. And somewhere a priest whispers Latin into the seam of his glove, so his hands will remember steadiness. To the north and east the French arrive in rippling ranks, the oriflamme drawn like a bright exclamation, King John II upright beneath it with his sons about him, an image made to be woven later, behind marshals and barons who have brought both banners, and the old appetite for deciding matters by weight. The day is impatient. A papal legate, Cardinal Talleyrand, courteous between wolves, walks the uneasy path between lines and begs for a truce. For a little while the morning holds its breath, and then ambition, that stubborn weather system, pushes the clouds back. The French will have their field. Poitiers does not begin like a trumpet. It begins like a door, softly closing. Mounted men push forward and immediately discover that hedges and banks have edges like teeth. Arrows scissor down the lanes and bite into the joints of armour, into the narrow antechambers beneath visors, into horses who do not understand why air hurts today. Genoese crossbowmen try to answer and find the rhythm of their machines, insulted by the curve of the ground and the quick punctuation of English shafts. A French division, vexed by dust and narrowness, leans in where it should have learned to lean out. Marshals Jean de Clermont and Arnold d'Audrahem quarrel with the day's geometry and pay for it in hot, brief coin. The prince holds his line with the stingy calm of a man who knows rescue will not be coming if he spends his cool too early. Behind him, Sir John Chandos, ink-stained clerk and iron-minded captain, walks the ridge with a scholar's tidiness, putting men where commas ought to go. The Captal de Bourg holds a little cavalry in his fist, like a saved word, and on the right a small hollow way runs like a vein through scrub, waiting for the moment when a flank will be surprised to discover it has one. Pressure grows in layers. King John, no coward and no fool, brings his second line to bear when the first has become a noise rather than a shape. He dismounts much of his nobility to make weight more honest, and they come on in brave breathing blocks, shields forward, the old recipe for winning applied in generous measure. But recipes fail when kitchens tilt. Vines and rutted lanes deny clean approach. Archers curl their fire from odd angles, so that even careful men find themselves working in a room where the furniture moves. English men-at-arms, planted and dull as door frames, absorb the shock and push it back with the patience of carpenters. A pocket opens briefly on the English left and is sewn with human thread, archers stepping sideways as if in a dance learned by habit. The French Duke of Orléans loses heart or finds prudence depending on the pen, and withdraws. A shadow passes through the ranks, the kind that makes men notice how warm the day has become. The Captal moves. Through the hollow lane he threads a small mounted force, Gascons who know the smell and grammar of this soil, and hits the French flank like a new clause that makes the sentence say something else. Panic does not arrive. It accumulates. Standards waver, then find no agreeable wind. A narrow route begins with the courtesy routes prefer, as if asking permission to exist before becoming themselves. Now the prince spends what he hoarded. A feigned withdrawal draws a French push uphill, and then the English line leans forward with a grunt of timber. Bows dip and loose at breathing range. Men-at-arms step into faces they have been studying through slits all morning. The fight becomes a series of crowded rooms, close, hot, unmusical, where names shorten to shouts. King John's household forms about him into a box of loyalty, with his sons at the corners. The Oriflamme's tongue still breathes. Around them, cavalry that needed distance learns humility. Infantry that needed cohesion discovers that hedges can be enemies as rude as archers. Chandos points with his baton as if correcting a text. The prince's banner bends and rights itself, and then, in the press, where meaning collects, a French knight of Artois, Denis de Mourbec, hears a voice, royal and unbroken, saying, "To whom shall I yield?" It is not theatre. He answers the king and takes him, not as a trophy but as a fact, and the battle's grammar changes tense. Capture does not end a field, it edits it rapidly. Pockets of French resistance continue, as if the verb had not shifted. Others unstring themselves like tired bows. The prince, suddenly aware that triumph is a tool that can cut the hand that holds it, restrains pursuit and counts. Afternoon widens softly. Dust hangs in buttery light. Prisoners are gathered with the tidy horror of good administration. Names are learned and weighed against ransoms. A king is offered a respectful chair because chivalry, when it is behaving, insists that catastrophe be dignified. The Black Prince stands bareheaded to pay courtesy to the man fortune has delivered. Later tales will embroider it, as they should, but the quiet truth is generous enough, the victor careful not to ruin the gold of his victory by dipping it twice. In the English ranks, a boy who carried sheaves finds his hands will not stop trembling. A Gascon hums a snatch of home. An archer sits and rubs wax into a string with slow affection, as if apologizing for the work it has done. Poitiers has been economical and cruel. economical in its use of ground and gear, cruel in what it demonstrated to a kingdom about overconfidence and the price of ignoring lanes and hedges that have opinions. The scholars afterward will polish their questions, whether the feigned flight was plan or improvisation, whether French retreat from the left was cowardice or the correct reading of a page already smudged, how many arrows were truly loosed, how far the capital's little ambush mattered against the larger mathematics of narrow ground. They will argue about numbers until numbers become manners, and then they will agree on the sensation, distance, cleverly kept, multiplied a small army, patience, maintained at the cost of pride, paid in the currency kings understand, outcomes and signatures. In the seasons that follow, consequences learn to walk in shoes. The ransom of a captive king will weigh on France like a stone across the chest. The Treaty of Bretigny will tidy maps while untidying livelihoods. Free companies will discover the wide world between wars and begin to farm it for coin. England, pleased with its grammar of arrows and ground, will mistake a shining paragraph for a book that writes itself. But none of that is present on the ridge at sunset. Here there is the smell of bruised vine and sweat, of horses cooling with their heads low. Here a ring from a torn glove lies in dust like a small closed moon. Here the papal legate's pavilion has its guy ropes slack because the wind that loves rhetoric has gone elsewhere. A cart creaks, and the day at last lets go of its jaw. If you're still wakeful, let the picture be simple. Hedges darkening to ink, the oriflamme folded like a painful secret, a king drinking water from an enemy's cup without insult. Far away, east of mountains and years, a plain will open under a hot June sun, and two camps will listen to the same river while deciding whether courage is a straight line or a question with two answers. But for this hour, the lanes are quiet. The vines hold the last light, and the evening carries the field with the tenderness of a mother lifting a child who has finally fallen asleep. Let us proceed to part 20. Breathe in gently and out. We're arriving at the Battle of Kulikovo, 1380. We're a misted meadow between two rivers, taught Steele how to wait for silence. He steps into a September morning that smells of wet hay and wood smoke, the sky a sheet of pale wool stretched over the meeting of the Don and the Nepriadva, and on the broad field of little cuckoos, a thin fog clings to reeds like a cautious blessing. Dmitri of Moscow, young, compact, already carrying the weathered look of someone who has learned to tell time by alarms, has led the princes and regiments of Russes across the Don in the night, burning the bridges behind him so that courage will have no convenient excuses. The banners quiver in the chill. Saint George, archangels, city saints, bright islands above lines of mail and quilted armour. In the dark grove to the flank, the ambush regiment waits without voice. Dmitri Bobrok-Volinsky and Vladimir of Serpikov riding the seam between patience and opportunity. Across the field, the horde's commander Mamai lays out his own geometry, the flower of steppe cavalry, Genoese foot hired for their stubbornness, Tatar and allied contingents that have seen cities open like tired hands at a knock. He believes, as history has taught him, that distance is a weapon, and that speed is merely distance arriving on time. Somewhere between the two hosts, a few cranes speak their spare trumpet syllables and then fold back into the fog. Before massed iron can clear its throat, the hour asks for a smaller ceremony. Out from the Russes' line rides a tonsured giant in monastic cloth over mail, Alexander Peresvet, and from the horde a champion, Chelubey in some tellings, Temir Mirza in others. each lance bright with the logic of single combat. They meet in the damp light with that sudden concision battles sometimes choose, and in a few heartbeats both are down, the lancers having written their names into ribs. One will rise on an elbow, it is said, long enough to see the lines move, then lie back gently, as if conceding the rest of the story to larger instruments. What follows is not trumpet, only friction. Arrows start first, stitching the fog. Hooves begin their patient arithmetic. The fog thins, and space learns how many plans intend to occupy it. The horde rides the edges in crescents, loosing shafts that arrive with the thin, fast music of bees. The Russ's infantry and druzhina clench their ranks and let spear and axe speak in the short grammar of close rooms. Dmitri, in borrowed armour, chooses anonymity as if it were a tactic. He fights where noise is thickest, a prince briefly mistaken for an ordinary man so that the ordinary might feel like princes. The day strains and holds. Step tactics try to draw the Russ's line into motion, then into mistakes, but the regiments have drilled themselves into something like stubborn choreography, left and right wings, giving and taking yards as if counting bead by bead. The great regiment in the centre swallowing shocks with the slow intelligence of timber. Men slip and rise, heavy horse lunge, and are swallowed again by pikes. The hired Genoese push, square-shouldered and methodical, and are met by shields that have learned to forgive and answer. A lull arrives, too brief to rest in, long enough to notice you are tired, and then the horde presses harder on the left, the air filling with that warble in the throat a horse makes when it disagrees with the ground. Through the blur, 1,000 small films play at once. A boyar's squire counting breaths between volleys, a Tatar rider flipping his bow horizontal to shoot under a shield's lip, a priest with soot on his nose, raising a cross like a door frame for men to pass beneath when their courage threatens to spill. The fog finally lifts. The September sun discovers it is presiding over work and takes on the modest look a good foreman wears. And then the field wants an answer it has been promised since dawn. Mamai, seeing the left buckle, leans weight against it. Dust lifts like prayer ripped in half. The Russ's line creaks into that dangerous angle between holding and giving. In the oak fringe, Babrock listens, truly listens, the way hunters do when the forest is speaking in a language made of pauses, and he reads the wind and the dust and the rhythm of hooves and knows the hour has opened. Out of the trees, the ambush regiment pours, not in a screaming cascade, but in a measured drilling rush, fresh horse and bright points striking the horde's exposed flank at an angle that makes mathematics its accomplice. The noise changes timbre instantly. Less whistling, more tearing, less negotiation, more punctuation. Shock ripples outward. A standard dips. A wedge of step cavalry, masters of elastic distance, finds itself suddenly in a narrow room. The Russ's centre, tasting the shift, leans forward as a single breath. The left, relieved, becomes an elbow rather than a bruise. For long minutes that are shorter than memory, the field is all labour, reins yanked, axes grunted, oaths bitten off so teeth can be used for other tasks. When rupture comes, it is how real ruptures behave, first as doubt, then as a path. A cohort pulls back a horse length, then two. Another discovers that its neighbour is now air. The perfect curve of harassment the horde had drawn all morning kinks in one place and then in several, and the line begins to remember that it is made of men who can want two different things at once. Mamai's army changes from instrument to weather, gusts of resistance, sheets of flight, and the Rus' advance, too tired for triumph, becomes method. Dmitri, found at last under his plain harness, is lifted, as if men were trying not to wake him. Perisvet is prayed over. The grove, that anonymous ally, greys back into mere trees. Smoke smudges the sky with that domestic look fire takes on after the first bright minutes. An arrow quivers in a shield and sings to itself in a high, private voice. Afterward, tidy rooms will practice their tidy quarrels. Numbers, how many thousands on either side, will long disagree like polite cousins. Whether Jogaila's Lithuanian host meant to join Mamai and miss the hour, or meant to hesitate until hours were finished. Whether the Genoese were as many and as stubborn as later pride requires. Whether Dimitri's crossing of the Don was genius or necessity, wearing a lucky coat. Sober historians will offer the modest correction that Toktamish, not Kulikovo, broke the great curve of horde mastery, that tribute would still be paid, that the yoke was not lifted so much as made lighter to carry, that symbolism is not bred and yet can feed a wintering soul. All true, in the ways truth allows itself to be plural, and still the field keeps its own ledger, an ambush timed by ear, a prince choosing to be hard to find, a fog that gave courage an hour's head start, a step blade dulled by trees, a meadow that learned the shape of a nation's back when it straightened. Toward evening, the dawn runs pewter again, polite and inscrutable. Men drink water from their helmets and taste iron and river in equal parts. A monk ties a strip from his sleeve around a stranger's hand. A boy gathers arrows into a bundle and discovers his arms have begun to tremble now that no one is watching. Somewhere on the retreat, a commander chooses the safer road and the longer sorrow. Mamai's star will set soon after, not on this field, but under the cold arithmetic of other men's ambitions. In churches far away, candles are lit before icons that seem to breathe a little with relief. And beyond these reeds and this dusk, another plain waits where a different river, cool and blue, will watch standards lean like thirsty flowers. Kosovo Polya, a meadow that will teach memory to argue softly with itself for centuries. For now the fog is gone, the grass is bruised, and the night walks down to the river, and very gently folds itself over the field. Let us proceed to part 21. Let the breath grow soft and steady. We're arriving at Kosovo Polye, 1389, where a wide blue river and a meadow of blackbirds taught memory how to argue with itself. He steps into a June morning washed in a tender light that makes armour seem gentler than it is, the lab and the sitnica wandering like quiet threads through a shallow bowl of grass, and along that bowl the banners gather, Serbian under Prince Lazar, with vassal lords and contingents from Bosnia and beyond, and across the broad, bright floor, the Ottomans under Sultan Murad. Lines long and layered, light horse like minnows along the edges, janissaries and Timariot cavalry, arranged with the confidence of men who have learned to turn distance into law. The air carries the sweetness of clover, the faint metal of river, a hum of insects too busy to be impressed. Priests move the length of Lazar's line with icons and a language that promises the soul a straight road no matter what the feet must walk. Muezzins call through the Ottoman camp, and the sound settles like cool water on a hot thought. Between the armies stretches that ordinary green that has hosted so many extraordinary noon hours. Blackbirds lift and settle, as if rehearsing the day's oldest metaphor. A wind fingers pennons, and for a while the two hosts merely breathe at each other, as if trying to decide which story they wish to belong to. It begins with the light music battles prefer, skirmishes nipping the flanks, arrows writing thin script above the grass, dust picking up where words would have been, and then the first strong verbs arrive. Lazar pushes the centre, heavy men-at-arms on foot, an armoured horse where the ground can afford it. and for a moment the Ottoman front tilts. One wing finds its rhythm late, another too early, and the inward lean of the Serbian push makes the plain feel smaller, friendlier. Murad's commanders answer with what the century has learned to trust: elastic horse on the edges, a patient hinge in the middle, reserves kept like cool thoughts for when the fever spikes. Lancers take the first stanza and then are traded for swords, archers notch and loose, until the bowstring sings like a wire in sunlight. The meadow fills with that blunt household sound of shields meeting purpose. On the Serbian right, Vlatko Vukovic presses hard and is paid in yards. On the left, Vuk Brankovic's contingent fights and frays, and later will be accused by some of withdrawing too soon, by others of preserving a future for men who would have been wasted by staying. The meadow does not annotate, it only holds footprints. In the centre, the press becomes the sort that eats names. Men pass through one another's breath like ghosts that haven't been told they are dead yet. A banner dips and rises, and in the small room around it, the world feels briefly comprehensible. Then, the day performs its quiet pivot. Ottoman, light, horse, worry the flanks into attention they cannot spare. Janissaries expand their neat, punishing geometry. The Serb advance, bright at first, finds itself a little lonely in the open, where arrows can find angles and horses can practice long sentences. The push, still brave, becomes work. The work becomes a pause. Scholars will always enjoy their soft, necessary quarrels about whether the ground favoured one wing, whether a marshy pocket turned a charge into a stumble, how tightly the Serbia-led centre held before it began to thin, whether the Bosnian reserve was where later songs would like it to be, but the afternoon's core is less argumentative. Pressure moved like water to the lowest places and then discovered it preferred to stay. And then like a stone dropped into a quiet pond, comes the tale inside the tale. Miloš, Obilic to some, Kobilovic to others, entering the Ottoman camp by ruse or by permission, kneeling as if to ask a favour, rising with a blade that found the Sultan's body, or else striking Murad in the crush of battle, not in a pavilion but in the jostle where dust and breath made kings ordinary, or else not at all. The death coming from an arrow or a spear that did not learn a name, because the hour had no time to write it down. Serbian sources, tender and fierce, hold to the hero's stroke. Ottoman chronicles, careful with their dignity, place the wound at the field's edge, but not in deceit. Later poets braid the strands until the knot is inseparable from the rope. What is most likely, the sober pages suggest, is that Murad was killed on or just after the field, and that his son Bayezid wrapped a shock in calm, assuming command with a speed that forbade panic the time it needed to become large. The meadow, which remembers hoofbeats better than legends, keeps only the image of attendants running and the circle closing again, as if nothing had happened at all. By late afternoon, the air has turned metallic with sun and sweat. Lazar is taken, captured in the press, or seized as the line folded, both versions carrying the same end, and executed by the victors. His death laid carefully into the future's liturgy until it becomes more than an ending, a feast day's anchor. At the Serbian advance, that had looked like a possibility, becomes a set of brave islands. The Ottoman counterweight settles, not with rout's clamour, but with the quiet inevitability of a curtain deciding it is time to fall. Vukovic's hard-won yards are paid back with interest. Brankovic's absence becomes a rumour galloping ahead of itself. The meadow, at last, belongs more to the flies than to the flags. Somewhere along the water, men who did not know one another in the morning share a dipper without asking names. A janissary rinses a cut and thinks of a mother who will never see the scar. A monk knots a strip from his robe into a sling and discovers the body can be useful to strangers. Afterward, rooms far from the meadow will teach their versions. In monasteries and kitchens the Kosovo cycle will grow, sung in voices made strong by grief and pride, the prince choosing the heavenly kingdom over the earthly, the traitor unmasked, the hero sanctified by a single, perfect proximity to fate. In Ottoman courts the narrative will be kept neat and unsentimental, a victory with a sorrow folded into it, a sultan dead, but a dynasty proof against subtraction, the march of order westward confirmed by patience and design. Historians will, with the kindness of craft, write that both stories are true in the ways stories can be, that Serbia bled in a way the century would not let clot, that the Ottoman state, bruised by the loss of a ruler, proved it could change hands in motion, that the immediate campaign did not erase a people nor yet make conquest effortless, that consequences move at different speeds, some like horses, some like rivers. Numbers will never sit still. How many thousands stood at dawn, how many fell by dusk, which lords carried which pieces of the hour. The meadow does not mind the arithmetic. It keeps instead the plain relics, a buckle bent into a question mark, a broken reed that remembers a boot print, a lace torn free that the wind learns to play with. Evening pulls a gauze across Kosovo, blue as a bruise. The Sitnika learns the colour of the sky and returns it carefully. Blackbirds talk to one another in short domestic syllables, untroubled custodians of a field, already becoming more idea than place. Somewhere a woman far from here will be told a version that lets her sleep. Somewhere a soldier will wake years later at the sound of water and not know why his throat has tightened. Bayezid, quick and decisive, turns the army toward the next requirements of rule. Lazar's body is gathered into the long embrace of remembering. The grass, which has learned a grammar of laying down, tries on standing again. And in the hush that follows, the century moves its bookmark forward, leaving here a page that will be read with tears and with pride, with anger and with quiet, depending on who opens it. Far beyond these rivers, a winter road waits beside a frozen lake, where steel will skid and listen. Closer at hand, south and east, a city on two continents sharpens its patience. For tonight, though, the meadow is only a long, green breath under a widening sky, and the wind helps the last banners fold themselves into sleep. Let us proceed to part 22. Let your breath move like a quiet tide. We're arriving at the Battle of Grunwald, Tannenberg, to some 1410, where a warm July wind and 3 small villagers taught Iron how to wait for the last word. He comes to a broad Polish Masurian field under a high, exact sun, the grain cut low and the stubble smelling faintly of straw and heat. To the west sits Grunwald, to the east Tannenberg, and between them Stambach, and along this plain banners assemble until the air itself seems woven. Polish eagles red and white, Lithuanian columns bright on yellow, Ruthenian saints, Smolensk crosses, light Tatar pennons that flick as if they belong to birds. Opposite them, the stark black crosses of the Teutonic order, a discipline made into fabric, ranks tidy as a ledger. Władysław Jagiełło keeps his place beneath a copse at the field's edge, listening more than speaking, while Vytautas rides the Lithuanian wing like a taut bowstring, all forward nerve and sunlit impatience. Across the flat, Grandmaster Ulrich von Jungingen organises his mailed certainty, standards squared, drums neat, a confidence hammered by years of fortresses and rents. Before the two bodies finish their long inhale, there is theatre. 2 naked swords sent by Teutonic envoys, with words sharpened to provoke, a ceremony of insult that history keeps, because afternoons often need a preface. The heat shivers over the stubble. Horses stamp, Somewhere a lark goes on with its small vocation, as if war were only weather. Vitautus opens the line like a door. Lithuanian and Ruthenian riders pour out, light, elastic, the kind of cavalry that turns distance into a tool. Arrows nicking the morning, lances leaning. Teutonic contingents answer with the compact grammar of heavy horse, wedges pressed and polished, the white mantles making a brightness that seems to own the slope. The first collisions are loud and close, the talk of ash and iron, then the Lithuanian right bends and runs, a long curling ribbon toward the woods. Is it flight or plan? Annalists will argue with courteous ferocity for 6 centuries, some seeing feigned retreat with a hunter's patience behind it, others insisting the wing truly buckled and only later found itself again in the shade where panic cools. For Yargiewa the question matters less than timing. From his low hill he measures breaths instead of minutes, lets Polish banners hold their shape, watches how dust lifts from Teutonic hooves, and which patches of stubble have darkened into churn. A priest near him murmurs a psalm. A herald counts standards like beads. Across the plain, Ulrich commits weight toward the apparent answer on his right. Wedges chasing elasticity they believe is finally honest. When the Teutonic line lengthens with the pursuit, the field's hinge shows. The Smolensk banners, 3 of them, stubborn as oak, stand and are gnawed at, then steadied with Polish help. The Lithuanian tide, having poured seaward, turns back like water that remembers the moon, and Yargiewa looses the great red and white rectangles he has been holding, men-at-arms on foot, and mounted reserve that move with the tidy cruelty of practiced steps. For a long, hot piece of noon, the plain becomes a single crowded room. Lances splinter and are traded for swords. Pavises lie like bright fallen doors in trampled grain. An axe finds the seam of a pauldron with the patient knowledge of a carpenter. Somewhere a choir boy of Krakow pulls arrows from a sheaf until his fingers shine with wax. A Prussian brother, visor up for air he cannot find, closes it again and tries to think in Latin so fear will not have the right words. Yargiewa's pavilion is tugged at by rumour. Arrows fall near him. A herald dies doing counting, and still he measures, refusing to be hurried by either insult or opportunity. On a ridge, the Teutonic field music stutters and resumes. The order's foot holds with admirable, harsh dignity. Then Ulrich himself, anger bright as a trumpet, drives forward at the colonel, where the Polish royal banner breathes. Death chooses his hour without ceremony. The Grand Master falls in the press, some say to town levies of Krakow, others to noble hands, all to the indifferent clarity of a blade that found its sentence, and around that small unremarkable space of trampled stalks the larger grammar begins to change. Standards turn hesitant, then ask their bearers for permission to lean. Wedges forget their geometry when neighbours lose height. A flank that had been a hand becomes only fingers. Lithuanian riders reappear along the Teutonic rear with the unpleasant efficiency of a thought that should not have been allowed to return. Polish companies, warmed and steady, push as if the field had been designed for their stride. Panic does not trumpet. True panic rarely does. It whispers, here, then there, then everywhere at once. Brothers throw down the mantles that were supposed to make them invulnerable to discourtesy. A wind catches one white cloak and drags it like a reluctant cloud. A drummer drops his sticks and cannot remember which pocket they belong to. The order's camp, careful rows, neat tents, begins to receive guests it did not plan for. By mid-afternoon, resistance is a handful of islands, brave, exhausted, sinking in slow rings. When quiet arrives, it is the kind of quiet that keeps a taste of iron. nYou'll does not squander the hour with a chase that would turn victory into noise. He gathers names instead. Among the fallen lie Ulrich and many of his senior, a ledger written in blood and dust. Among the living are prisoners, whose ransoms will pay for winters and walls. Fires are lit for water and for the soft work of mercy. The field breathes as if learning how to be pasture again. In the weeks that follow, the story refuses a perfect ending in order to become truer. The march on Marienburg stalls before Henry von Plauen's fierce housekeeping. The piece of thorn next year will be rich, but not ruinous. The Teutonic state does not evaporate so much as begin a long, polite decline, while Poland-Lithuania learns how to be a shape large enough to require new kinds of patience. Scholars will keep their gentle quarrels, numbers swollen or trimmed, the feigned flight argued like theology, the share of Tatars in the dance, which village deserves top billing on the name. Each answer is an angle of light. The field accepts them all and keeps a simpler archive. 2 swords offered with insolence, then taken up and made useful. A fallen cross on a white cloak, stained the colour of evening. A prince on a low hill measuring dust, as if dust could tell time. Toward dusk, swallows skim the warm air and write a calmer script than the days. A banner droops into something like sleep and is rescued by a squire who cannot bear to see it touch dirt. Someone hums a hymn that does not ask for triumph, only for rest. Far to the west, in years not many, rain and clay will conspire on Saint Crispin's morning to show how a narrower line can still resist a multitude. Farther east, a city on 2 continents will test stone against thunder, but for now the plain holds its heat, the cut grain smells generous, and the last light lays a soft hand across Grunwald's stubble as if to bless a wound that will, in time, learn to be a scar. Let us proceed to part 23. Let your breath find a quiet swing. We're arriving at Agincourt, 1415, where a narrow clay lane between 2 autumn woods taught Pride how heavy feet can grow. He steps into St. Crispin's morning under a pewter sky, rain stitched fine across ploughed Picardy, and the earth, freshly turned, greedy with water, holds a shine that is only beautiful until hooves ask to cross it. To the west, the wood of Tramercourt leans in. To the east, Azincourt's trees lean back. Between them, a shallow funnel of fields pinches all ambition into one muddy thought. Henry IV, trim and exact, has set his threadbare army behind a hedge of sharpened stakes, long bowmen scalloped along the flanks, and men-at-arms on foot in a tight, short-breathed centre. Their clothes are travel-worn. Some helms smell faintly of last night's vinegar, used to wipe away Harfleur's sickness. Faces are salt with old marches and too little sleep. Across the wet, the French host stands broad and layered. Banners bright, even under cloud, flowered blue and white, scarlet gold, nobles in plate and surcoat, mounted vanguards eager to translate courage into speed, crossbowmen woven through, companies assigned to 2nd and 3rd lines with a confidence that believes numbers can be destiny if repeated often. The woods make the field small, the rain makes it smaller. Larks, imperturbable, go on with their thin sermon above both tempers. It begins with the courtesy good bows prefer. English archers walk a few dozen paces forward to find the bite of ground they want, plant their palings again, and, when the distance has turned from theory into work, loose. The first flights fall into the French front like an argument that starts politely and becomes suddenly personal, shafts scudding low at knee and horse, clattering on steel, slipping under a visor's lip. On the French wings, mounted men lean to break the long bow's grammar with the old verb of shock. Horses churn, recoil at the stakes and the slick, and wheel away ragged, throwing mud and men in equal measure. Then the armoured vanguard commits to the narrow lane, file upon file of men-at-arms on foot, because the ground has vetoed gallop, shoulders rubbing shoulders, visors down to keep out weather and noise, the press so close that each step forward must be bought from earth, determined to keep what it has borrowed. The arrow hiss does its patient work, not slaying all, plate is honest, but hounding, blinding, bruising, making every yard take the price of two. The French line advances, heroic and late, and arrives blown, breath shortened by steel and mud, arms leaden, tempers reduced to muscle memory. At the palings the English step in, a low wall of men who have saved what strength they own. Bills hook, mallets find rivets, daggers look for the warm grammar at joints. The fight becomes a crowded room where names no longer fit. Men drown standing, pressed face forward into mud by the wealth of those behind them. A fallen prince is as clumsy as a farmer when tripped by clay. Down the lane, space collapses further. The second French battle, meaning line, tries to pour into a bottle already full. The third begins to fret at seeing its future narrow. Crossbowmen, honest craftsmen of distance, cannot find lanes to practice their trade. Horses, slapped by arrows and splashed by sudden bodies, try to climb out of the story and fail. Somewhere in the low middle, Henry himself stands in the front, crown circlet bolted over bassinet, a small steady flame in wet light. A blow dents the crown. Another takes his cousin, the Duke of York, small figure folding as if politely leaving the room. At the rear a raiding party flashes, mounted French, brave and practical, into the English baggage, and for a blink the king knows the oldest fear, that victory at the hedge can be unstitched by noise behind it. He orders prisoners cut down rather than risk his thin line learning panic. The command is obeyed grudgingly and briefly, horrible and human in the same breath, and the hour goes on because hours rarely let mercy be tidy. Mud keeps editing. Armour that once declared rank becomes an anchor. The press, at the point of contact, thins by suffocation as much as by edge. The longbows, having spent their quivers, wade in with mallets and knives. Archers learn the intimacy of close work and discover they can be terrible when asked to be. Afternoon finds the French, bright, dulled down to iron and then to exhaustion. Small islands of defiance, lords ringed by household men, banners stubbornly vertical dot a tide that is ebbing whether pride admits it or not. Captains signal retreat with voices that have turned hoarse. Some are heard, many are not. The English, husbanding breath, do not chase far. The woods and the weight of the day forbid grand gestures. Instead, there is that tidy, dreadful harvesting familiar to battlefields, where one side is pinned, prisoners taken carefully because ransoms are bred for winters, gauntlets pried with apologetic noises, names asked, and when the mouth cannot frame them, guessed by badgers dulled with clay. The rain, having taught the lesson, relents to a thin mist. Henry stands with the stunned air of a man who counted to 10 and found 11, and leads a brief, almost embarrassed thanksgiving. Around him, boys who carried sheaves sit down and shake, because the body tells truth or before the mind permits it. A bowstring, slack now, clings to a smear of wax like a memory of music. A mailed hand curls slowly as if trying to keep one warm thought. Later rooms will furnish tidy debates. Were the odds as wild as chroniclers, on both sides, preferred to sing, how much did those two close woods and the slow, sucking clay compose the day's stern liturgy? Were the French undone by nobility's impatience, or by the simple arithmetic of space. Historians will trim numbers and multiply maps. Poets will keep the speech that was likely spoken the night before. Translated by centuries into something larger than a voice, the facts, once dried, remain generous. A small, sick, hungry army used ground like a tool. Rain and hedges spoke for them. Disciplines outweighed splendour. Consequences will swagger and then limp. Captives marched north. A treaty years later that will look larger than it lasts. A generation of free companies fattening on the leftover chaos. A king burnished into emblem, while the kingdom that bore him continued its long, tiring argument with France and with plague. But the field keeps simpler relics. A snapped yew-stave that still smells faintly of sap. A deep heel print filling slowly with pale water. A fleur-de-lis half visible under a rind of mud. The hush that follows when shouting is finished and the crows, businesslike, claim the air. Evening leans in. The woods exhale. The clay, finally relieved of so much intention, remembers how to be only earth. Far away, steel and fire wait by a high city where domes and walls have rehearsed their courage for a century. Closer in time, a snow-bright river will test mail on ice. For tonight, St. Crispin's Lane is only wet stubble and trampled furrows, and a tired king bows his head while the rain writes small, steady dots across his crown. Let us proceed to part 24. Let your breathing fall to a gentle hush. We're arriving at the fall of Constantinople, 1453, where stone and thunder met beneath a spring sky, and a city on 2 continents learned the last tense of its name. He enters the April light of the Bosporus, blue water braided with gulls and rumour, and sees the Theodosian walls lifting out of gardens and dust like a patient miracle, triple lines, ditches and ramparts, towers remembering 1,000 repairings. Inside those old ribs, bells and voices move from market to monastery. Latin and Greek, Venetian and Genoese, Armenian and Turkish prayers overlap like waves. Constantine de Benquent, Palaiologos, keeps a soldier's watch at the breach-prone middle ground near the gate of Saint. Romanus, beside him, the Genoese captain Giovanni Giustiniani, plain-spoken and exact, walks hands over sad stone, counting powder, counting courage. Across the plain, the young Sultan Mehmed, 21, grave with inherited work, unrolls an army that feels as wide as weather. Timariot cavalry neat as ledgers, Janissaries drilled until the body forgets refusal, the irregular azaps louder with appetite, and behind them the new grammar of bronze, great bombards, the basilica and its lesser cousins, their mouths black with promise. Galleys freckle the Marmara, the Golden Horn is locked by its famous chain, and the city, small in people but oversized in memory, tightens its belt for a conversation it has been postponing for centuries. Cannons speak first, as they prefer, a hoarse, patient punctuation that teaches stone the long arithmetic of fatigue. Dawn after dawn, the ground jumps, dust whirls into prayers, masons run with baskets of mortar as if carrying bread. The defenders answer in several languages at once, culverins, coughing from towers, night parties lacing the ditches with sharpened stakes, young men learning that a wheelbarrow is a form of valour. Offshore, a skirmish, a handful of Christian ships, fat with grain and nerve, push through the Ottoman screen in a gust of wind, and the city's hills shout to watch their passage. Mehmed frowns, then rearranges the chessboard. In a night that smells of pitch and oak, his men grease timbers and drag light galleys over the hill behind Galata, laying planks like a road for water. Dawn finds sails above the Golden Horn, where no sails should be. Chain or no chain, The harbour is suddenly a mouth with teeth on both lips. The pressure, already stern, turns meticulous. Within the walls, liturgies become logistics. Monks roll powder in kitchens where past centuries kneaded bread. Women carry water as if it were a language that must not be dropped. Boys weep and then stop and learn to sew leather with cold fingers. Constantine rides the walls as if checking a sleeping child for breath. At night, the city's dome of domes, Hagia Sophia, holds a vigil whose echo will reach down long corridors of time. Candles draw a soft map beneath the coloured saints. Men who do not agree on heaven agree on the need for mourning. Outside, Mehmed's engineers prowl the ditch line with a craftsman's concentration. Tunnels probe like sly roots. Counterminers listen with a mason's ear and answer with smoke, surprise, and stones that have already lived several lives as walls. The basilica coughs again, and again the outer curtain slumps like a shoulder losing an argument. The breach is stitched, then restitched, the city practicing triage on its own skin. Debate keeps a quiet room even in a siege, and the historians who will come later sit there with courteous stubbornness. Did Kenan truly unwrite Rome's stone, or did morale break first and bring masonry with it? Were the numbers at the wall tens of thousands, or only the handfuls each participant felt against his face? How much did Giustiniani's wound, shot or splinter, chest or thigh, matter when the hour finally leaned, and did his removal for dressing open a small, fatal door in the stoutest gate of resolve? Each thesis wears a measured voice. None cancels the others. The field supplies its own ledger instead. Rope burns on palms. A monk's shovel, a curb where blood gathers and is washed away with brackish, unceremonious care. A scar in brick that will later be pointed out by quiet guides who know the city's habit of remembering with dignity. At last, the day chosen arrives. May 29th, barely born, when drums begin to tug at the dark. The first waves are human weather, irregular troops thrown forward to spend noise, and bodies in exchange for information. Ladders clatter, hooks bite, arrows and stones and lead answer downwards in angry rain. Then the more disciplined pulses, Anatolian contingents, pressing like a tide that understands arithmetic, and after them the Janissaries, fresh and terrible, moving with that choir-like precision by which trained men lower the sky. At the Mesotaikion, the line briefly remakes itself. Greeks and Italians shoulder to shoulder, bucklers nested, voices hoarse, but still in grammar, and the city seems, for a breath, to remember how often it has said no. In the crush, Giustiniani is hurt and born within. Constantine refuses the luxury of inwardness and stays where metal talks loudest. A section of the inner wall becomes laddery with men who will not agree on the world's name. A postern, kerkerporter in some tellings, stands embarrassingly open, or is forced open, or is only remembered that way afterward. The exact frame of the photograph shifts in each memoir, but the film does not. Fighters spill into the breach behind the breach. There are endings that trumpet. This one is intimate. The emperor throws aside the purple that marks him for ransom and becomes anonymous on purpose. He is last seen, or merely imagined well, amid the knot at the St. Romanus sector, where shields change owners by the minute. His body will not be securely found, and so a people will learn to keep a small piece of their sovereignty in the conditional mood. The city's gates tumble inward, standards change their sentences. At Hagia Sophia, the last liturgy acquires a second, equally fierce meaning and then stops, the nave becoming orderly under new rules. Mehmed, bookish and implacable, rides in with the conqueror's sobriety, orders the great church spared for a new vocation, and pauses long enough over Justinian's boast to absorb a complicated inheritance, There is cruelty, brisk and economic. There is mercy, brisk and economic. And in the ledger of both, an old capital writes itself into a new kind of future tense. Afterward, the arguments will wear polished shoes. Was it really the cannon that ended an age, or the years of thin tax rolls and military mortgages that made the walls hollow before iron ever spoke? Did the Venetian and Genoese rivalries thin the harbour more than any admiral? When the galleys slid on greased beams into the Golden Horn, did history tilt then, or later, in quieter rooms? Perhaps the kindest answer is that endings are plural. A science of powder arriving to Tudor stone, a bureaucracy newly strong meeting one grown clever at scarcity, a young sovereign hungry for a capital, and a tired one brave enough to die where labour was loudest. The city keeps the smaller facts better than the treatises do. A bronze handful of cannonballs dulled by sea air, a crack in a gate hinge that holds the memory of a hand, a fig tree sprouting from a tower's seam, as if to prove that even sieges can leave seeds. Evening sits on the strait like a swallow. The first call to prayer floats from a dome where mosaics have learned to keep their counsel. Somewhere, behind a shutter, a Greek widow folds a cloth and decides which language her children must keep for dreaming. Lamps move along new patrols. Papers are written with titles that will take foreigners a generation to pronounce without apology. Out beyond the Narrows, the Black Sea darkens into its good, blunt name, and farther west, on a low Leicestershire ridge where wind goes its patient rounds, a king will ride out under a sun that looks harmless and learn how quickly a crown can change heads, a hedge of bills, and a tangled stream will write a last small chapter for the age we've been walking through. For tonight, though, the Bosporus holds the sky like a bowl, and the city, old, renamed, still breathing, listens to its new century arrive on soft feet. Let us proceed to part 25. Let your shoulders loosen, a slow breath in, a soft breath out. We're arriving at Bosworth Field, 1485, where a hedge slope and a thin-boned stream taught to crown how easily a head can be replaced. He steps into a mild August morning rolled out over Leicestershire like pale linen, low ridges stitched with hawthorn and blackberry, and the little watercourse that locals call the marsh or the mire glinting shyly between rushes. To the north, Richard, king by law and rumour both, has set his array on a rise near Ambion, standards poised and glittering, the white boar bright as certainty. Around him, the great blocks of men-at-arms and bill, archers neat as scribes, and to his right and left the wide, useful neutralities of the Stanleys, lords of shires and weather, who hover like patient commas that may yet rewrite the sentence. South and west, the very newness of Henry Tudor rides toward its appointment, scarlet dragon, green and white, a thread of exile pulled tight to see whether the fabric will accept it. French pikes stiff as a winter reed bed, Welsh and English levies with faces that say home has been imagined larger than usual. The air smells of oats and iron and early apples. Rooks argue mildly in hedgerow parliaments. The sun keeps its promise to be generous and not hot. Between the lines, thin mist lifts in careful curls, as if the ground has been taught to whisper. The first minutes are just the old music of distance, arrows pecking, culverins barking their doggish punctuation, drums discovering their pulse. Then Norfolk moves for the king, and Oxford for the hope that wears a stranger's surname, and the day leans. The French pikes do something English fields are not used to. They turn space into a wall you can carry, a small forest advancing one step, and then one step more, the iron teeth of bills nibbling at their hems, arrows combing their hats, and still the hedge of points holds, because that is what it learned to do across the channel. Richard's guns speak too low, their shot furrowing wetness more than flesh. His archers find, as archers often do at the last of an age, that armour and angle have made the sky less persuasive. Cavalry, impatient to turn weight into grammar, fidgets against bog and thorn. And above it all, perched on a low knoll like punctuation, awaiting its claws, Lord Thomas Stanley and Lord William Stanley measure a ledger no court ever fully sees, blood and bond, hostages and tomorrow, the weather's opinion, the kingdom's appetite for a new name. In the muddled centre, Oxford's men push, and then, knowing how easily victory becomes a chase, pull their line inward, a trick of shrinking that robs the enemy's numbers of their favourite boast. Banners tangle, a drum loses its thought. Someone laughs once too loudly, and then remembers where he is. The little brook that scribbles along the field, swollen where it should be polite, takes 2 men at a time and keeps them without comment. Across the slope, the white boar standard climbs as the king rides down into the quarrel, because he is, at last, the sort of man who takes verbs personally, sees Henry's banner not far off, sees the knot of household men who make a person into a noun, and decides that one clean stroke can unclutter a decade. He spurs. It is sudden and admirable, and a little wild, through gouts of mud, through bills that claw and foils that gleam, into the press where badges blur into the single colour of breath. Richard's lance takes the bearer of Henry's banner and spills him. The day itself inhales. Steel explains itself in nouns, hook, spike, edge, and the horses, poor philosophers, learn fast lessons about footing and fear. Then the sentence that weighted 3 pages is written by a pair of brothers who prefer understatements. Stanley turns. First a slow, undecorated gravity of motion, then the sure swing of mass that has chosen its opinion. William's men strike into the melee at the angle carpenters like, and the knot that had been courage becomes the sort of knot you cannot untie with anything but cutting. The royal household, gallant and doomed, shrinks to the size of a room. Blades work at wrists, because that is where loyalty wears handles. The white boar pitches, rights, and then bows to ground, and the king, who had wagered everything on a single sweep, falls near the mire, crown stubbornly convinced it belongs to the nearest head and about to discover its error. In that small, unphotographic moment, no trumpets, only the wet syllables of men, history changes tenses. The circlet is found, they say, under a thorn, or under a boot, or glinting like a coin flung by an absent-minded god. It is set upon a brow that has been walking Europe's colder rooms for years, the name Henry minted into Henry VII by a cheer that is part relief, part rehearsal. The Stanleys, practical poets, lift the crown and the future at once. Oxford tidies the line into a shape that can survive tomorrow. The marsh receives its last blessings and grows quiet. Later, clerks will tidy the arithmetic. How many thousands? How many banners? How many lords whose surnames will now require footnotes? And singers will carve the king's last ride into flattering angles or chastising ones. Scholars will keep the kind quarrels of their craft, whether Richard's dash was madness or necessary courage, whether the pikes truly decided the noon or only kept calm long enough for politics to arrive. What role that small, inconvenient stream played in changing dynasties, whether the crown can ever be said to choose a head when hands are always involved. The field, being older than opinions, keeps humbler artifacts, a billhook with its tooth broken and smoothed by touch, a bead from a rosary that rolled into mud and chose to be earth, a scrap of green and white ribbon treated by rain until even victory cannot brag with it. Evening unlaces the hedges. Rooks descend into their black punctuation and grow quiet. The breath of cattle wanders in from another field where nothing changed at all. A boy from a village over the ridge stares at a print of hoof and thinks only of speed, not of kings. Henry begins the long work of turning noise into law, marriage that will sow roses into one heraldic flower, audits of coin and cruelty, the slow invention of a steadier kingdom, while cartwheels creak and a once king's body is taken away along tracks that do not yet know they will be pointed out to tourists, and our long road, so full of iron and weather, comes at last to its soft shoulder. Let the lingering image be gentle, a crown briefly catching the last light like a small sun, a thorn bush keeping its own counsel, and the slope returning to grasses that don't mind who sleeps beneath them. Tonight, let history fold itself carefully. Let breath be easy. Let the century close its eyes.